second sprint lanes will open. There is a backstroke ledge in lanes 2 and 4 for the women that are doing the backstroke in this warm-up. All other lanes, however, can be for dive starts, but do remember not to start until the lane is clear. Once the lane's clear, then you can begin. Then swim only one way on when we start diving. Right, 1 minute remaining. Again, we should have the competitors for the women's 200 individual medley. Marshalling. to spread out a little more. Minutes, 15 seconds left. You should be clearing the pool now. The warm-up is over. Yeah, I know it's on YouTube. Okay, thanks for your cooperation during that warm-up period. I'll now pass you over to Matthew, who is the main commentator.
Hello, hello, and welcome to Sports Park Norwich for day number 3 of the Swim England East Region 2022 Long Course Championships. And it is great to have everybody in the pool here today, all age groups represented here in Norwich, and we have a hell of a lot of swimming to treat you to all throughout the day. First of all, though, we need to welcome our officials, technical director and lead referee, Stuart Murray. He's assisted by Podge Christian. And your starter is Greg Peddle. We start with the girls. 200 IM. This is Heat 1. Lane 2 is Ida Corcoran for Flitwick. Helen Thompson of Colchester goes in 3. 4 is Aniston Coleman for Newmarket. Ruby May Chiveru of Watford goes in 5. And Mwamba Mugwasta of Norwich Swan is in lane 6. Ida Corcoran in lane 2, swimming in the SM9 category. Helen Thompson, SM14. And then Mwamba Mwasa swimming in the SM8 category. Those little categories that I read out, if you're unfamiliar with para-swimming, relate to a para-swimmer's impairment. S1 through 10 are physical impairments, generally considered the increased severity is at the lower end. So S1 are the most impaired athletes, S10 the least physically impaired athletes, S11 through 13 are the visually impaired athletes, again with S11 swimmers being completely short of sight, and their goggles actually have to be blacked out when you have S11 swimmers. And then S14 are intellectual impairment swimmers. Aston Coleman in lane 4. Currently sitting in second in this first heat. Aston Coleman is second. Ruben Maid Chibaro leading currently. Both these swimmers swimming as 12-year-olds at these championships. And for a lot of these swimmers today, it will be the first time they've competed at a regional event. Ruby May Chibaro from Watford is going to take the first heat of Monday. 3:07.07 is her finish time. Aniston Coleman second there. And then the para-athletes making their way in. Ida Kukurin in 2, Helen Thompson in 3, Mwamba Mwasa in 6. Heat number 2. Lane 1 is Ava Bukard for Thurrock. Evie Greenhalf of the City of Norwich goes in 2. Eleanor Bath Werrenop from Basildon is in 3. 4 is Grace Mutton from Team Ipswich. Nicole Cashin from Luton goes in 5. Matilda Diamond from Modernian in 6. Poppy Saunders from Hoddesdon in 7. And Neve Bunker from Flitwick in 8. Onto the freestyle now, and Eleanor Bath Werenolp leading in lane 3 at the moment. 25 metres to go. And Evie Greenhalgh in 2, having quite a good swim here as well. Lane 6, Matilda Diamond also swimming nicely, as is Neve Bunker down in lane 8. 5 to go. And Eleanor Bath Werenolp takes the second heat, 2:55.12. Evie Greenhalgh is in second, and Matilda Diamond third. Heat number 3. Lane 1 is Lily Steele for Team Ipswich. Amelia Fenner for Basildon goes in 2. 3 is Alicia Morton for Basildon. Amelia Johnson of St. Felix School goes in 4. 5 is Isabella Savage for Potters Bar. Erin Barber of Newmarket in 6. 7 is Tyra Sajadine for the City of Cambridge. Lucy Clark of Chelmsford goes in 8. Erin Barber in lane 6, having a good swim at the moment, as is Alicia Morton in lane 3. Both of them out in front currently. Amelia Johnson starting to pull forward on this breaststroke leg as well. It is going to be Amelia Johnson over first with 50 to go. She's got a second lead on Tyra Sajadine in lane 7 at the moment. Into the last 25. And Amelia Johnson continues to lead from that centre lane, but does have Tyra Sajadine coming in 7, and also Erin Barber in 6, and Lily Steele in 1. But none can get to her. Amelia Johnson takes heat 3 in 2:48.69. Erin Barber is second, and Tyra Sajadine is third. Heat 4. Lane 1 is Gabriella Mayer for Chelmsford. Gabriella Troman for Colchester goes in 2. Sophie Hollis from the City of St Albans is in 3. 4 is Hannah Twells from Thetford. 5 is Chloe Knight of Hadley in 6. Jasmine Hall for Basildon and Phoenix. Orifin Vandermeer for the City of Cambridge in 7, and 8 is Charlize Harding from Norwich Swan. Sophie Hollis has led this one throughout in lane 3 and continues to by just over a second. In fact, pretty clear that she should take this heat now. 25 meters to go. Charlize Harding in lane 8 looks like she could be in second, but now Gabriella Troman looking strong in 2 as well. Sophie Hollis into the final few meters. She's going to get her first. 2:45.94 is her time. Second, Gabriella Troman, and Charlize Harding in third. Heat 5. Lane 1 is Jasmine Carter for Basildon. Rose Romans for Team Ipswich goes in 2. Darcy Gladwell of the same club in 3. Grace Robinson for St. Felix School 4. 5 is Eva Ives for Hatfield. 6 is Elizabeth Swaby for Basildon. Bethany Crawley of Team Ipswich in 7. And 8 is Tiger Lily Donald for the City of St. Albans. Into the last few meters then, and Eva Ives in 5 is leading at the moment for Hatfield. Grace Robinson sat on her feet in 4 into the final few. And Eva Ives takes heat 5 in 2:39.85. Grace Robinson is second on that one, and Bethany Crawley is third. Heat 6. Lane 1 in Heat 6 is Millie Harris of Wisbech. Isla Hamilton for Norwich Swan goes in 2. Rebecca Brown for Stowmarket is 3. 4 is Amy Harper for Watford. Elizabeth Wright of West Suffolk goes in 5. 6 is Summer Buckland for Harlow. In 7, Olivia Mahoney for the City of Peterborough, and Amelia Saunders of Leiston is in 8. Elizabeth Wright is in the lead at the moment in lane 5, but Isla Hamilton is only 8/100ths of a second behind at the moment. 25 to go, and it looks to me like Isla Hamilton has started to pull ahead in that second lane. Into the last 15 meters. And Isla Hamilton is going to take this 6th heat of the 200 IM from lane 2. 2:47.5 is her time. A whole second and a half clear of Elizabeth Wright, who comes second, and Amy Harper into the wall third on that one. Heat number 7. Lane 1 is Poppy McGill from Putteridge. 2 is Laura Alexander High from Team Ipswich. Lexi Goodman of Basildon goes in free. 4 is Elijah Britton for St. Felix School. Gabriella Gomez Pavon from Potter's Bar is in 5. 6 is Megan Gray for Hatfield. Kezia Crees from Basildon in 7. And 8 is Ellie Smith from the City of Norwich. Ellie Smith in lane 8 looks to be having a strong breaststroke here. Elijah Britton in 4 and Lexi Goodman in 3. Those 3 are the leaders so far. 5 left of the breaststroke, and it is going to be Ellie Smith over first at the far end. 2 minutes 9.7. Gives her less than a second on Lexi Goodman at the moment. Could Goodman or Britton or both pull this back on the freestyle? Goodman looks to be having a good freestyle in 3. And with 15 left now, is a body length ahead of Britton to her right into the last 5 of Heat 7. And Lexi Goodman, the fastest in this one, 2:37.43. Heat number 8. Vanessa Simmermanova of the City of Peterborough goes in 1. 2 is Jessica Medicott for Dunstable. Lila Howard of Team Luton in 3. 4 is Daisy Mixer for Norwich Swan. 5 is Lisa Lineman for Chelmsford. Olivia Minott of the City of Peterborough goes in 6. 7 is Amy Borum for Watford. And Elise Delaparol for Thurrock goes in lane 8. Daisy Mixer and Lisa Lineman leading so far in this one. It is going to be Mixer first with 50 to go. under 2 minutes for both of those leading swimmers. Jessica Medlicott going well over in lane 2 as well. Lisa Lineman is trying to chase down Daisy Mixer here in the closing stages of this freestyle leg, and she's sailed past her actually to the last 5. And Lisa Lineman is going to take heat 8 quite comfortably in the end with a fantastic freestyle 50, 2:35.40 for Lineman. Daisy Mixer second and Jessica Medlicott third. Heat 9. Lane 1 is Clementine Lavelle for Team Ipswich. Francesca Key of Thurrock goes in 2. Charlotte Sanford from St. Felix School is in 3. 4 is Charlotte Tree for Colchester. Caris Williams of West Suffolk in 5. 6 is Gracie Committee for Basildon. Imogen Bloomfield of the City of Cambridge in 7. And Sophie Palmer for Basildon in lane 8. Clementine Lavelle over in lane 1 is leading this one by a fair margin as well, really pulling forward and utilizing this breaststroke 50. She's got almost 5 meters of clear water between her and Caris Williams in 5. Into the last 15 meters then for Clementine Lavelle. Breaststroke brought her to the lead, and she is going to take this heat first. Caris Williams is increasing in speed in the last few meters, but not enough to take the heat. 2:34.77 for Lavelle. Caris Williams second, and Gracie Committee sped up a lot there on that freestyle leg 2. Heat number 10. Lane 1 is Isabel Cameron for the City of Peterborough. Madeline Latimer Hicks of St. Felix School goes in 2. 3, Isabella Porzio for Putteridge. Lily Davis of the City of Peterborough in 4. 5 is Megan Donovan for the City of Peterborough. Sarah O'Brien of West Norfolk in 6. 7 is Macy Dexter for the City of Cambridge. And Ava Wilson for Newhall goes in lane 8. Turning now from breast to freestyle. And Sarah O'Brien is over first in lane 6, 155.76. Gives her second and a half on Megan Donovan in the lane next to her at the moment. .25 meters to go, and Sarah O'Brien has about a body length on the rest of the pool. Madeline Latimer-Hicks in 2, might be in for a second position, or that could come from Lily Davis. Into the wall goes Sarah O'Brien, 2:31.92, wins heat 10. Second was Lily Davis, and then Madeline Latimer-Hicks in third. Heat 11. Lane 1 is Jessica Jane Applegate for the City of Norwich. Mia Lowe for Basildon and Phoenix is in 2. Beth Young of Team Ipswich in 3. 4 is Neve James for Bishop's Stortford. Charlotte White of West Suffolk in 5. 6 is Kate Cotter for Chelmsford. Gracie Parker of Basildon is in 7. And 8 is Anna Lucia Fenner for Basildon. Heat 11 is the first cyclically seeded heat. That means that Neve James in lane 4 is the third fastest swimmer in this competition. Charlotte White in 5 is the 6th fastest in this competition. Beth Young in 3 is the 9th fastest, and so on and so forth. Despite that, however, it is Charlotte White over first after the breaststroke. She has about half a second lead on Neve James in 4 at the moment. Will she be able to maintain that? And will doing so cement her place in tonight's final? Into the last 15, and Charlotte White looks very strong here. 5 to go, and she should take heat 11. She does 2:26.70 for Charlotte White. Neve James in second there, and then Kate Cotter third. Heat number 12. Lane 1 is Lexi O'Connor for Basildon and Phoenix. Hannah Willis from the City of Peterborough goes in 2. Olivia Newman-Baronius of Butteridge in 3. 4 is Sarah Kalaska for for Hatfield. Ellie O'Keefe of the City of Cambridge in 5. 6 is Grace Greenhalgh for the City of Norwich. Louise Fidds of Hatfield goes in 7, and Kira Wookie for Colchester in lane 8. Hannah Willis is going to be over first at halfway in lane 2. 69.05 her 100-meter split. Will she be able to keep that up on the breaststroke? We shall see. Sarah Kalaska in 4, second fastest swimmer in the competition. Ellie O'Keefe, 5th fastest. And yet Hannah Willis continues to lead at this stage. She has half a second on Sarah Kalaska at the moment. Into the final 25, and it would take some swimming to catch Hannah Willis. She absolutely wants to make sure that she gets into a final this evening. Into the last 5, and Hannah Willis takes heat 12 in 2:28.96. Second is Grace Greenhalgh, and then Sarah Kalaska in 3rd. Heat 13 is the final heat. Lane 1 is Kirsty Neal for Bishop's Stortford, Olivia Cooper of Basildon in 2, Katie Andrews for Norwich Swan in 3, 4 is Natalie Sanford for St Felix School, 5 Matilda Ransom for the City of Cambridge, Sky Carter of Basildon in 6, 7 Molly Monk, City of Norwich, and Georgina Monday of Modernian in 8. Sky Carter over first. She's swimming as a 15-year-old in this competition, so she doesn't need to beat the swimmers aged 17 and over in this final heat, of which there are many. Her strength is butterfly, though, and because of that, the breaststrokers, such as Matilda Ransom, are now able to pull further forward. Ransom for the City of Cambridge is over second, actually. It's Olivia Cooper over first in 2, but only a 1/10 of a second separating those two lanes at the moment. 25 remaining, and Matilda Ransom leading at the moment. Molly Monk going well in 7 as well. And Sky Carter coming back with a vengeance on the freestyle too. Really coming back fast. Matilda Ransom in first, 2:26.47. Sky Carter second, and then Molly Monk third. This is the men's 200 meters individual medley, heat 1. And now we do exactly the same, but it is the turn of the men. Lane 2 is Lachlan Macbeth for Colchester. 3 is Brandon Crees for Basildon and Phoenix. Daniel Talbot of Leighton Buzzard goes in 4. 5 is Joseph Bale for Holstead. And lane 6 is Josh Mayer for Chelmsford. Daniel Talbot is over first in this heat. Leighton Buzzard swimmer enters on 2:54.20. Remember that the entry times for this meet, those that you'll see in the program or on the starts lists, are short course times. So we can see a significant discrepancy between the entry time and the finish times in these. And it can still sometimes be a PB for the swimmers. Brendan Crees of Basildon now leading. And onto the freestyle, Joseph Bale sitting in second. Daniel Talbot now in third after the breaststroke. .15 to go. Can Talbot or Bale catch Crees in these last few meters? I don't think so. Into the wall goes Brandon Crees for Basildon. 2:57.52 is his time. First time he's ever swum the 200 IM in a long course pool, so that is most certainly a PB swim from him. Joseph Bale in second and Daniel Talbot in third. And then Lachlan Macbeth swimming in the S14 category. Into the wall in 3:22. Heat number 2. Lane 1 is Philip Spalding for Putteridge, Orlando Whiting for St. Felix School in 2, Jacob Sugden for Chelmsford in 3, Nicolo Camilotti for Hatfield goes in 4, 5 is Kai Patel for Thurrock, William Hughes of Basildon in 6, William Jones of Team Ipswich goes in 7. And I just had to check. Lane 8's name is Sebastian Newman Baronius. If a swimmer has more than 22 characters in their name, then we have to go and search it up because it doesn't fit on the page. And it's important here too because he is in the lead in lane 8. And Sebastian Newman Baronius continuing to lead and leading by 2 seconds or so. And showing no signs of slowing down either into the last 25. And William Hughes of Basildon in 6 trying to go with him. Does he have enough to catch him? He might actually. It all comes down to who has the most to give in the final 10 metres. Will it be William Hughes in 6 or Sebastian Newman Baronius in 8? It is Sebastian Newman Baronius in there first. 2:47.80 is a 9-second personal best for Sebastian Newman Baronius. William Hughes is second there, and Niccolo Camelotti is third. Heat number 3. Lane 1 is Jacob Bacon for City Peterborough, Anthony Ganchev of Basildon in 2, Oliver Fenwick for Team Luton in 3, Demetrius Grekovs of Harlow in 4, Oscar Hunter for Norwich in 5, 6 is James McGettigan for Runnymede, Daniel DeFlippo of Flitwick goes in 7, and Charlie Birdsall for the City of Cambridge in lane 8. Finalists for the women's 200 IM. There are a lot of names for me to read because there are a lot of finals tonight. 11-12 years age group finalists: Evie Greenhalgh, Amelia Fenner, Tyra Sujardine, Jasmine Hall, Erin Barber, Lily Steele, Eleanor Bath Werenholp, Lucy Clark. Reserves: Matilda Diamond, Neve Bunker. 13 years: Elizabeth Swaby, Rose Romanus, Sophie Palmer, Clementine Lavelle, Eva Ives, Grace Robinson, Gabriella Troman, Charlize Harding. Reserves: Jasmine Carter and Orifin Vandermeer. 14 years: Poppy McGill, Isla Hamilton, Olivia Minnett, Gracie Parker, Vanessa Simiranova, Ellie Smith, Ava Wilson, Kaiser Kreese. Reserves: Bethany Crawley, Millie Harris. 15 years: Megan Donovan, Kirsty Neal, Grace Greenhalgh, Sky Carter, Kate Cotter, Lily Davis, Mia Lowe, and Lexi O'Connor. Reserves: Lisa Lineman and Gracie Committee. And in the 16 years, Anna Lucia Fenner, Olivia Newman Baronius, Beth Young, Matilda Ransom, Olivia Cooper, Daisy Mixer, Elijah Britton, Amy Borum. Reserves: Laura Alexander and Macy Dexter. And in the 17 years and over age group, Sarah O'Brien, Hannah Willis, Molly Monk, Charlotte White, Neve James, Natalie Sanford, Sarah Kalaska, Ellie O'Keefe. Reserves: Georgina Monday and Katie Andrews. If you have qualified for a final, you have 15 minutes to withdraw from it. Please withdraw in the next 15 minutes if you do not wish to swim in a final for any reason. Meanwhile, in the water, Anthony Ganchev is leading in lane 2. Oscar Hunter in 5, sitting in second, it looks like, at the moment. But it is going to be Ganchev into the wall first. 2:41.59 for him. Hunter in second and De Filippo in third. Heat number 4.
Can we have women for the 100 backstroke to marshalling, please?
Lane 1 in Heat 4 is Tyler Stone for the City of Norwich. Martin Molnar for the City of Cambridge goes in 2. Frank Jacob, his teammate, is in 3. 4 is George Portlock for Newhall. Harry Phelan of Basildon in 5. 6 is Louis Robertson for the City of St Albans. Toby Olajide for Thurrock in 7. And lane 8 is Samuel Chamberlain for West Suffolk. Well on to the breaststroke on this now, and Frank Jacob in the sky blue hat of the City of Cambridge leading currently. George Portlock very close to him, however. Turning at 150, and 2.5 lead that Frank Jacob has on George Portlock at the moment. Into the last 5, and Frank Jacob takes the heat easily in the end. 2:36.82 for Frank Jacob. George Portlock is second, and Samuel Chamberlain is third. Heat number 5. Lane 1 is Jude Gunner for St Felix School. Robert Fenner for Basildon in 2. Rhys Burns for Witham in 3. 4 is Massimo Girolami for Colchester in 5. Oscar Winterburn for Team Ipswich. Henry Mann of Norwich goes in 6. 7 is Jamie Committee for Basildon. And 8 is Ethan Thorpe for Basildon. Robert Fenner from Basildon leading at the moment in lane 2. But Oscar Winterburn in 5, starting to push forward on the backstroke. And also Ethan Thorpe in 8, having a good backstroke leg here too. Fenner is over first, but Winterburn closely behind. And Thorpe closely behind him. Robert Fenner continuing to lead from lane 2, it looks like, but close between him and 4. That is Massimo Girolami of Colchester. And in fact, Girolami now has the slight edge on Fenner. Girolami is over first, and that gap is not huge. Massimo Girolami has just 15 meters to go. And he is going to take this heat in the end easily. A really strong breaststroke. And his freestyle cemented that lead for him. 2:29.79 is his winning time. Winterburn in second. 2:32.25 for Oscar Winterburn. And then Robert Fenner is third. Heat number 6. Lane 1 is Ross DeWilt for the City of Cambridge. In 2, Daniel Thompson from Thurrock. 3 is Kaelin Bossianu for Hemel Hempstead. Nathan Birchenow of St. Felix goes in 4. 5 is Toby Martin for Harpenden. 6 is Kian Lee for the City of Peterborough. 7 is Kevin Moldovan for Harlow. And 8 is Finley Neve for the City of Norwich. Kaelin Bossianu in 3 was the first over that, and he has about a second lead on Kian Lee in lane 6. It is now Kian Lee over first after the breaststroke, though. He has over half a second on Daniel Thompson now after that breaststroke leg. And now 25 to go. And going from strength to strength in the freestyle for Kian Lee. Daniel Thompson sat in second. I don't think anyone's going to take that from him. But absolutely, Kian Lee takes heat 6 in 2:28.65. Daniel Thompson second. And Ross Wilt third. Heat number 7. Lane 1 is Riley Hall for the City of Cambridge. Saxton Minto for Basildon in 2. Ben Howlett for Team Ipswich is in 3. 4 is George Prince for Hatfield. 5, Benjamin Target for Watford. Daniel Baboye of Thurrock goes in 6. 7 is Sean Connolly for Epping. And Jack Swindale for the City of Peterborough goes in lane 8. Got to have a good breaststroke to have a good IM, and these heats have absolutely shown that. Race leaders after the backstroke can easily change around after the breaststroke comes into play. It's going to be George Prince in the centre over first with 50 remaining. He has more than half a second on Saxon Minto in lane 2 at the moment. And 25 to go now. Saxon Minto trying to hunt down George Prince in these closing stages, but not going to manage it. It is going to be George Prince in here first. 2:24.64 for George Prince. Saxon Minto is second, and then Ben Howlett third. Heat number 8. Lane 1 is Samuel Jeffrey for Hatfield. Oliver Pike from the City of Norwich goes in 2. 3 is Samuel Winslow for the City of Cambridge. Oliver Blight of Hatfield in 4. 5 is Kai Adams for Potters Bar. 6, Finley Kiernan for Team Luton. Harrison Shaw of Flitwick in 7. And 8 is a Rafferty May for Watford. Harrison Shaw in 7 is leading at the moment. He's over first at halfway, 67.53 for him. That gives him more than a second lead on Rafferty May at halfway. But as I said, the leader on the backstroke is not necessarily the leader at the end, because the breaststroke changes all. Rafferty May in lane 8 starting to pull through on this breaststroke leg. Also the swimmers in lanes 2 and 3. Oliver Pike in 2. Samuel Winslow in 3. Samuel Winslow is now leading from that third lane. Oliver Blight in the centre is second. Oliver Pike in 2 is third. And Oliver Blight in lane 4 is trying to catch up with Samuel Winslow in these closing stages. 5 to go. Who is going to get to that wall first? It is still Sam Winslow. 2:25.84 for the City of Cambridge swimmer. Oliver Blight is second, and Oliver Pike is third. Heat 9. Alex Harrop of Team Ipswich goes in lane 1 on this 9th heat. Orlando Deering from the City of Peterborough in 2. Richard Vanston for Chelmsford goes in 3. 4 is Ben Buckley for the City of Norwich. Lucas Hartley of Hatfield goes in 5. 6 is Ollie O'Connor for Butteridge. 7 is Jack McDonald for Butteridge. And then Lewis Andrews of Norwich Swan goes in lane 8. And this is a close heat. Several swimmers are going to turn very close to one another at 150. Ben Buckley is the first one over in lane 4. Lucas Hartley second. Orlando Deering third, and all those swimmers within a second of each other at the moment. Orlando Deering in lane 2, looking strongest on the freestyle though. Into the final 15, and this heat could go any of 3 ways still. Orlando Deering still looking the strongest, but Lucas Hartley starting to pull something out of the bag in the last few meters. Into the wall goes Orlando Deering to take it. 2:23.57 for the City of Peterborough swimmer. Lucas Hartley second, and Ben Buckley third. Heat number 10. Lane 1 is James Gurpinart for Harlow. 3 is Jamie Joshua for Hatfield. Daniel Moises of the City of Peterborough goes in 4. 5 is William Buckley for Watford. Max Arnold of Harlow in 6. 7 is James Williamson for the City of Cambridge, and Harry Stagg for Basildon goes in lane 8. Again, could be in for another close heat here. 3 swimmers in the centre 3 lanes. Joshua in 3, Moises in 4, Buckley in 5 are going to turn practically together at halfway. Moises was over first, and then just a tenth of a separating Buckley from Joshua. And also Max Arnold in 6 and James Williamson in 7, starting to pull forward on the breaststroke here. It's still Moises who is over first, 1:52.80. Jamie Joshua sat in second. James Williamson trying to come through in lane 7 into the final 15, and Daniel Moises really pulling ahead on the freestyle. Max Arnold in 6, starting to push through. Moises is first, 2:25.76. Max Arnold ends up second. And then James Williamson is third. Heat 11. Lane 1 is Daniel Hollis for the City of St Albans. Ethan Howard of Potters Bar goes in 2. Patch Robinson for Team Ipswich is in 3. 4 is Diego Derrington for Bishop Stortford. Joshua Shepherd from Thurrock goes in 5. 6 is Sally Chechins from Colchester. Joshua Zachary from the City of Peterborough in 7. And Jacob Ray from Basildon in lane 8. Sandy's Chechins over first at halfway. Patch Robinson very close behind though, only 0.2 of a second separating them on that turn. And Chechins not now leading after the breaststroke. Patch Robinson starting to come through in that. Daniel Hollis also swimming a good breaststroke over in lane 1. It is now Hollis over first. Patch Robinson is over second. Diego Derrington, sat in second position at the moment. Into the last 25 metres. Daniel Hollis still has the lead, but Diego Derrington coming through on the freestyle. Into the last 5 metres, and Diego Derrington takes heat number 11 in 2:21.80. Sandy's Chechins in second. Actually, joint second between Sandy's Chechins and Patch Robinson, both touching at the same time. Heat number 12. Heat 12. And lane 1 is Daniel McGuinness for Basildon. West Norfolk have Joseph Wells in 2 and Freddie Laws in 3. Olivier Vedren from the city of Norwich goes in 4. Kai Adams for Holstead in 5. 6 is Jake Thomas Mansfield for West Suffolk. Edward Ormsby from the city of Cambridge goes in 7. And Zach Troman from Colchester in lane 8. This is the first cyclic heat, so Olivier Vedren is the 3rd fastest swimmer in the 200 IM. Kai Adams is the 6th fastest. Freddie Laws the 9th, and so on and so forth. But that does mean that you expect lane 4 to win the cyclic heats. He does have 3 seconds on Kai Adams on paper and 4 on Freddie Laws. However, Laws is certainly sat in 2nd position at the moment. No doubt about the fact that Olivier Vedren is going to finish first to 11.82 for Olivier Vedren. 2nd is Freddie Laws and 3rd is Kai Adams. Heat 13. Lane 1 is Austin Lillywhite for Biggleswade. Tyler Toombs of Chelmsford goes in 2. Mark Milburn for Colchester in 3. Miles Turner for West Suffolk in 4. 5 is Nikita Charakin for Thurrock. 6 is Jack Sangster for Modernian. Darrell Rands of Colchester in 7. And Ben Minister for Thurrock in lane 8. Miles Turner, 2nd fastest swimmer in the competition. And you can see why. He has clear water between him and Mark Milburn in lane 3. Tyler Toombs swimming well in 2. Nikita Charakin is in 3rd at the moment in lane 5. Into the final 5 meters. And Miles Turner is going to take heat 13 in 2:15.70. Mark Milburn is 2nd. And Nikita Charakin 3rd. Heat 14 is the final heat. Lane 1 is Louis James for Norwich Swan. Jan Dewitt for the City of Cambridge goes in 2. Matthew Baker for West Suffolk in 3. Nathan Wells of West Norfolk goes in 4. 5 is Joe Cooper for Team Ipswich. 6 is William Loveman for the City of St Albans. Georgios Papagiorgio for the City of Cambridge in 7. And 8 is Archie Chamberlain for West Suffolk. Nathan Wells is the fastest swimmer in the 200 IM, and he is 3 seconds ahead of Matthew Baker in 3. But Baker is swimming as a 16-year-old, so he doesn't need to worry about beating anyone else in his final other than Louis James in 1 and Archie Chamberlain in 8, and he's certainly going to do that. Nathan Wells has 5 meters remaining. 2:12.27 will put him second fastest into tonight's final. Joe Cooper is second, 2:13.92, and then Matthew Baker third. And that is the end of the 200 IM. Can we put our hands together for all of the swimmers in the 200 IM? Well done for your swims this morning. We've got the women's 100 backstroke coming right up. This is Heat 1. This first heat is entirely a para heat. And actually, all but one of the para swimmers in this event are in this heat. Helen Thompson of Colchester, S14, is in 2. Mwamba Mwasa, Norwich Swan, S8, is in lane 3. Lily Herring for Norwich Swan, she's S10 and she's in lane 4. 5 is Abigail Wickens, S8 swimmer for Flitwick. And teammate Ida Corcoran, S9 swimmer, goes in lane 6. These swimmers can achieve medals in the multi-classification event. And a multi-classification event works on something called British Para Points for the uninitiated. The British record in each relevant category is set at 1,000 British Para Points, and the closest that you get to the British record in your swim within your category depends on the amount of points that you'll be awarded, and then whoever gets the most British Para Points amongst the para athletes that swim is then awarded the Para Award in the multi-classification event. So someone could seemingly come last in a heat of para swimmers and still win a para event depending on their class. Abigail Wickens is first into the wall there, 1:37.50. Mwaba Mukwasa is second. Lily Herring is third. Helen Thompson 4th, and Ida Corcoran is 6th. Heat 2. Lane 1 is Grace Mutton for Team Ipswich. Matilda Pierce of Basildon in 2. Emily Calvert for Team Luton in 3. Elizabeth Coomber for Runnymede in 4. Emma Cushion for the City of Peterborough in 5. 6 is Evie Butterworth for Tring. 7 is Verity Hamilton for Norwich Swan. And Anastasia Wool for Dereham goes in lane 8. Into the last 15 then, and Emma Cushion in 5 seems to be leading. Verity Hamilton is in 7, and she's in 2nd place currently. Emma Cushion takes it 1:27.6. Verity Hamilton is 2nd, and Elizabeth Coomer 3rd. Heat 3. Lane 1 is Lydia Newell for Brentwood. Lane 2 is Gigi Robuticek Smith for Hatfield. Amelia Fenner for Basildon in 3. 4 is Alicia Morton for Basildon. Amy Burgess of Team Ipswich goes in 5. 6, Abigail Davis for Modernian. Holly Katassi of Linslade in 7. And Tyra Sorjadine from the City of Cambridge in lane 8. Holly Katassi over first at the turn end. And several swimmers in contention to win this heat. Amy Burgess seems to be pulling forward in 5. 15 now to go. And Amy Burgess in 5 looks strong. Holly Katassi continues to look good from lane 7. But also Abigail Davis in 6. And Alicia Morton in 4. Into the wall goes Amy Burgess to take heat 3. 1:16.56. Holly Katassi 2nd with a 1:18 flat. And then Abigail Davis in 3rd. Heat 4. Finalists for the men's 200 IM, 11-12 years, Kai Patel, Niccolo Camillotti, Charlie Birdsall, Jacob Bacon, Tyler Stone, William Hughes, Philip Spalding, William Jones. Reserves Orlando Whiting and Jacob Sugden. 13 years, Harry Phelan, Samuel Chamberlain, Jamie Committee, Frank Jacob, Ethan Forbes, George Portlock, Louis Robson, Jude Gunner. Reserves Anthony Ganchev, Oscar Hunter. 14 years, Rafferty May, Ollie O'Connor, Joshua Sackery, Orlando Deering, George Prince, Saxton Minto, Kian Lee, Massimo Girolami. Reserves Alex Harrop and Joshua Shepherd. 15 years, age group Zach Troman, Ben Buckley, Sandys Chechins, Edward Ormsby, Pat Robinson, Lucas Hartley, Samuel Winslow, Ethan Howard. Reserves James Williamson and Ben Howlett. Meanwhile, in the pool in this heat, I will read out 16 and 17 years and over, but we'll do it in the next one. Sophia Andre Barrett goes in 1, Yasmin Allerinshaw in 2, Sophie Robertson 3, Jasmine Hall in 4, Olivia Greenall in 5, Eleanor Bath Warrenhorpe in 6, Erin Utridge in 7, and Isabella Mahoney in lane 8. They have just 5 to go, and Olivia Greenall is going to take it from 5. 1:15.32 is her time. Eleanor Bath Warrenhorpe is second, and Erin Utridge is third on that one. Heat number 5. Men's 200 IM 16 years finalists. Ben Minister, Daniel McGuinness, Archie Chamberlain, Matthew Baker, Nikita Charakin, Diego Derrington, Daniel Hollis, Daniel Moises. Reserves Max Arnold, Oliver Blight. 17 years and over age group, Kai Adams, Freddie Laws, Joe Cooper, Olivier Vedren, Nathan Wells, Miles Turner, Mark Milburn, Jake Thomas Mansfield. Reserves Georgios Papagiorgio and Tyler Toombs. Swimmers in this heat in 1, Jemima Lashma for Team Ipswich, Amelia Johnson of St Felix School in 2, Lucy Clark for Chelmsford in 3, 4 is Gemma Robertson for Stevenage, Tiger Lily Donald of the City of St Albans in 5, 6 is Sienna Gilman for Norwich Swan, Lily Steele of Team Ipswich in 7, and Gabriella Mayer for Chelmsford in lane 8. .15 to go, and close between Sienna Gilman in 6 and Lily Steele. Sorry, close between Donald in 5 and Gillam in 6. It is Gillam in first, 1:13.94. Donald is in second, 1:14.26. And then Gemma Robertson in third place. Heat 6. Lane 1 is Valentia Davies Hayward for the City of Norwich. 2 is Grace Robinson for the St Felix School. Olivia Mentum for Chelmsford in 3. 4 is Bethany Hamer for Lindslade. Izzy Young of Stanway in 5. 6 is Amelia Rayner for Halstead. Erin Barber for Newmarket in 7. And April Mills of Hatfield in 8. 25 meters to go. And Valentia Davies-Hayward in 1 has looked strong throughout this 100, as has Bethany Hamer in 4. It is going to be one of these two swimmers. As they pass under the backstroke flags, it becomes more clear that it is going to be Bethany Hamer. 1:12.69 from lane 4. Grace Robinson was 3rd, and then Valentia Davies-Hayward in 2nd. Heat 7. Lane 1 is Amy Harper for Watford. Lexi Goodman for Basildon goes in 2. Amelia Speechley for the City of Cambridge in 3. 4 is Sophie O'Rourke for Chelmsford. Chloe Staines of Chelmsford in 5. Katerina De Maria from the City of Norwich in 6. 7 is Chloe Linney for Holstead, and Mabel Gigg from the City of Norwich in 8. Katerina Di Maria in 6 has led throughout this 100 and continues to. Very quick arm rotation as she approaches the 5-meter flags. She is going to take heat 7 in 1:11.73. Lexi Goodman over in lane 2 in 2nd there. And then Sophie O'Rourke in the centre 3rd. Heat 8.
Coach or representative from the City of Cambridge, please, to the timing suite.
Lane 1 is Sophie Hollis for the City of St Albans. Erin Wilkinson for Basildon goes in 2. Elise Delaperal for Thurrock in 4. 5 is Lucy Hutchinson for West Suffolk. Lilia Clarkson for St Felix School goes in 6. 7 is Lucy Calver for Putteridge. And then lane 8 is Kaiser Cornish for Colchester. .15 to go, and Erin Wilkinson over in lane 2 looks to be leading at the moment, but not clearly. Lucy Calver in 7 having a good swim as well. It is Erin Wilkinson in first, just 1:12.60. Lucy Calver just 4/100ths behind. And then Keziah Cornish in 3rd. Heat 9. Lane 1 is Veronica Mikulajuska for the City of Peterborough. Sophie Green of Hatfield is in 3. 4, Orla Kenny for the City of Cambridge. 5 is Lucy Young for Modernian. Keris Williams of West Suffolk goes in 6. Darcy Gladwell for Team Ipswich in 7. And Lily Davis from the City of Peterborough in lane 8. Green is over first at the top end. 33.93.13. Ahead of Orla Kenny. And now Orla Kenny starting to pull back. She's first under the 15-meter rope. And Lucy Young in 5 going with her as well. Into the last 5, and Lucy Young in 5 could end up taking this. It's going to be close between the 2 in 4 and 5. It is Orla Kenny first, 1:10.92. Lucy Young just 3/100ths of a second behind her. I did say she could take it. Sophie Green third. Heat 10. Lane 1 is Holly Driver for St. Felix School. Bryony Edgings of Thurrock goes in 2. Elizabeth Swaby for Basildon in 3. 4 is Phoebe Matthews for Hatfield. Andrea Roddenite of Newmarket in 5. 6 is Emily Pitcher for Norwich Swan. Esme Springham of Devon in 7. And Chloe Armstrong for Team Ipswich in lane 8. Into the last 15, and Emily Pitcher in 6 of Norwich Swan seems to be leading here. She is going to take the heat in 1:11.34. Phoebe Matthews just behind in lane 4, and Andrea Roddenite in 3rd on that one. Heat 11. Lane 1 is Nicole Maynard for Basildon. Clementine Lavelle from Team Ipswich goes in 2. Jessica Kefford of Dunstable in 3. Gracie Parker for Basildon in 4. 5 is Emily Cutting for West Suffolk. 6 is Chloe Knight for Hadley. 7 is Molly Redgrave for Colchester. And Isabel Barber for Stowmarket in 8. Again, a close one, just 5/100ths separating Kefford in 3 from Cutting in 5 on that 50-metre turn. Emily Cutting in 5, now starting to pull forwards from the rest of the heat into the last 15. And Cutting now has half a body length on anybody else. Lavelle in 2, could be set to take second. It is Emily Cutting in first, 1:10.84. Clementine Lavelle in second, and Molly Redgrave in third. Heat 12. Charlotte Smith from Norwich Swan goes in 1. Rebecca Smith, her teammate, is in 2. 3 is Sophie Quinton for Debon. Sky Carter of Basildon is in 4. 5 is Sophie Dowding for Team Ipswich. Amelie Crabb goes in 6. And 8 is Camille Vanier for Hatfield. Charlotte Smith in lane 1 is over first. But Sky Carter in the centre starting to pull forward a little bit. Not a significant amount at this stage. 15 metres remaining. And Amelie Crabb in 6. Now leading with 5 to go. It's going to be tight between Crabb and Carter. Into the wall comes Amelie Crabb, 1:10.56 to take heat 12. Sky Carter second, and Camille Vanier third. Heat 13. Lane 1 is Adele Zakrzewski for the City of Norwich. Abigail Crawley from Team Ipswich goes in 2. Eloise Cole for Modernian in 3. 4 is Erin Curry for Hatfield. Vanessa Simonova for the City of Peterborough in 5. 6 is Connie Davies for Devon. 7 is Hannah Brooke for City of St Albans. And 8 is Isla Fullock Holmes for the City of Peterborough. Eloise Cole is leading at the moment in 3, and she's going to take this by a body length or so. 1:08.34 is her finish time. Connie Davies is in second and Abigail Crawley third. Heat 14. Lane 1 is Emily Lush for Hatfield. Isabel Mather for the City of Cambridge goes in 2. Georgia Holgate, her teammate, is in 3. 4 is Amara Addison for Norwich Swan. Matilda Bogle from Team Ipswich goes in 5. 6 is Megan Pye for the City of Norwich. Caris Rose Bunn for Team Ipswich is in 7. And Georgina Munday for Modernian in lane 8. Matilda Bogle over first at halfway. The lane 5 swimmer has a slight lead on Amara Addison in 4 at the moment. And Georgia Holgate in 3, sticking with them too. 15 to go. And Matilda Bogle is pulling further and further forward now. The Team Ipswich swimmer goes 65.41. Second, Megan Pye, and third, Amara Addison. Just 2/100ths of a second separating second from third there. Heat 15. Lane 1 is Alexa Mann for Chelmsford. Greta Goddard of Colchester goes in 2. Gracie Kay for the City of Cambridge in 3. 4 is Charlie Joyce for Epping Forest. Neve James of Bishop Stortford is in 5. 6 is Evangeline Pierce for Basildon. Jessica Keogh for Hatfield in 7. And Katie Andrews for Norwich Swan in lane 8. Charlie Joyce is absolutely going to win this heat. 15 metres to go, and there is water between her and Neve James in 5 and Gracie Kay in 3 into the last 2 metres. And Charlie Joyce takes it in 65.06. Second is Neve James, and third, Gracie Kay. Heat 16 is the final heat.
Can we have a coach or representative again from the city of Cambridge, please?
Lane 1 in this one is Ella Coombs from Basildon. Charlotte Williams of Hatfield goes in 2. Sasha Thomas from the city of Norwich in 3. 4 is Hannah Willis from the city of Peterborough. Megan Donovan from the city of Peterborough goes in 6. 7 is Jessica Jane Applegate from the city of Norwich. And Sophie Pickering, also from the city of Norwich, goes in lane 8. Hannah Willis is over first. Fastest seed into the competition. Enters on a time of 1:02.45. That will be her short course best time. Charlotte Williams swimming well in lane 2 at the moment as well. 15 meters to go. And into the last 5 for Hannah Willis, who is going to take the final heat in 1:05.93. Second is Charlotte Williams, and third, Megan Donovan.
Thank you, swimmers. Clear the water by the sides, please.
And that concludes session number 11 of the Swim England East Region 2022 Long Course Championships. We will be back for more swimming action from 12:15 this afternoon. The warm-up for session 12 gets underway from 11:30. And we will see you in exactly an hour for more racing.
And we've made some revisions to the running of that warm-up in order that swimmers have better quality lane space. We will have the 15-minute warm-ups. The men's 100 backstroke will be first, then the women's 50 fly, and then the men's 50 fly as displayed on the scoreboard. You swim in one warm-up, and you swim in the warm-up that is your first event. So if you're in the men's 100 back and the men's 50 fly, you swim in the men's 100 back warm-up. That will enable you to have more space in the lane for this particular session.
Okay, swimmers, we do need to clear the pool. This isn't a swim down session. You do need to clear the pool. Warm-up begins only in a few minutes. The session is now over. pool is shut. You should not be swimming down at this moment. Coach or representative from Chelmsford City, please, to the timing suite. The coach or representative from Chelmsford City. Coach or representative from Chelmsford City, please. These are deliberately spaced out warm-ups to enable people to have more space when they swim. You may start, but 1, 3, 5 and 7 go clockwise, 2, 4, 6 and 8 anti-clockwise, please. So again, the only athletes that should be in the pool at the minute are the men's 100 backstroke swimmers. Coach or representative from Chelmsford City, please. Okay, we'll open sprint lanes in 2 minutes' time. If you want to carry on swimming, you can carry on swimming in lanes 4 and 5, but we will open up sprint lanes in 2 minutes' time. Thank you. Our coaches have also pointed out that there will be some also do butterfly in this session. So if you wish to do a dive start for butterfly, then take that from lane 6. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. If the lane is clear, you can do the start. And there is a lane 6 is open for dive starts if you're doing the 50. Are you doing the 100, the 50 fly as well? The lanes 1, 2 and 3 are completely empty, so there's no need to queue behind 6, 7 and 8. So there's only 10 seconds of warm-up remaining. Okay, that's warm-up finished. So once the lanes are clear, girls, you can get in, but only once the lane is clear. minutes at 11:55. Until dive starts. You may do dive starts once the lane is clear. So can we please clear lanes for dives? We will look to open as many lanes as possible on this one. So the lane is clear and you can start once the lane is clear. Looks like lane 4 is now free of swimmers, but there's no one using it, so please do use lane 4 as well. completely empty, so why don't you jump on those as well? Lanes 5 and 6 are completely empty if you want to queue up there. Otherwise you might miss your dive. In fact, all the lanes look fairly clear to me, other than the ones you're queuing behind. Seconds remaining. There are empty blocks for you to dive off. You don't need to wait. This warm-up is going to close in 15 seconds. Okay, we now start the men's warm-up, but only starts once the diving is finished, please. We will need the competitors for the men's 100 backstroke, please, to the marshalling area. all the men for the 100 backstroke, please, to the marshalling area. Thank you. all competitors in the 100 backstroke. To marshalling now, please. do your dive start. Okay, 30 seconds remaining. Okay, warm-up is now complete. Officials, could you take your positions, please? Okay, we have now the opportunity to pass over to our commentator, Matthew.
Hello and welcome back to Sport Park Norwich for session number 12 of the Swim England East Region Long Course Championships 2022. The gallery is packed here for this session, and I hope you are ready for some rapid swimming. 100 backstroke for men to come, and then the 50 butterfly for both women and men to entertain you in the next hour and a half or so. We start with the men's 100 backstroke, heat 1. Harry Arnold Pepper of Royston goes in lane 3. 4 is James Took for Team Ipswich. And Lachlan Macbeth of Colchester in 5. Harry Arnold Pepper swimming as an S9 swimmer. And Lachlan Macbeth as S14 in this event. And these two swimmers, the only swimmers competing as para-athletes in this event. As I explained yesterday, they are eligible for medals based on a number of British para points that they achieve in their swim. Those calculated based on how close they get to the British record in their respective categories. James Took for Ipswich is coming into the wall now, and he takes the first heat in 1:21.04. Lachlan Macbeth into the wall second, 1:32.37, and Harry Arnold Pepper in third of that. Heat 2. Brandon Crees of Basildon in 2, Joseph Bale for Holstead in 3, Philip Spalding of Putteridge in 4, Attila Moses for Team Ipswich in 5, Archie Harris-Joy of Great Yarmouth in 6, and Philip Champanov of the City of Cambridge goes in 7. Philip Spalding looks like he's going to be over first as we turn, but Attila Moses is actually there. 38.64, 50 meter split gives him 0.26 on Philip Spalding. And into the last 25, Attila Moses starts to pull slightly further forwards. .15 left, and Attila Moses really starting to power home. He's going to take heat 2 in 1:18.47. Philip Spalding in second, and Joseph Bale third. Heat number 3. Lane 1 is Jacob Sudgeton for Chelmsford. Chu Kin Lau of St Albans in 2. Zach Montgomery for Norwich Swan in 3. 4 is Sebastian Newman-Baronius for Putteridge. Kai Patel of Thurrock goes in 5. 6 is Finlay Gullis for Chelmsford. Jacob Bacon from the City of Peterborough goes in 7. Daniel Talbot for Leighton Buzzard in lane 8. Sebastian Newman-Baronius leading in the bright orange of Putteridge. He has half a body length at the moment. Second could come from 2, 3 or 7 at this stage. Sebastian Newman-Baronius 1:16.98. Second, Zach Montgomery. And then Jacob Bacon in 7 touches third. Heat 4. Lane 1 is Orlando Whitting for St. Felix School. Zach Fellows of the City of St. Albans goes in 2. 3 is Finlay Roberts for Witham. In 4, Travis Vlotman for the City of Norwich. Evan Luff of Basildon in 5. 6 is Norbert Kadar for the City of Cambridge. Dylan Davenport of Bishop Stortford in 7. And 8 is William Hughes for Basildon. Travis Vlotman over first of 50, 36.35. Zach Fellows in 2, currently about half a second behind. "15 meters remain, and Norbert Kadar is charging forward in the closing stages. Fantastic final 50. Nowhere to be seen at 50 meters, but after it, 1:13.03 from Norbert Kadar. A very good swim. Zach Fellows in second, and Evan Laugh third. That time faster than his short course entry time, so decent PB for Norbert Kadar. Heat 5. Lane 1 is William Jones for Team Ipswich, Harrison Waller for Southend in 2, Archie Tebbett for Colchester in 3, 4, Oliver Fennick of Team Luton, Frank Jacob for the City of Cambridge goes in 5, 6 is Lucas Deans for Chelmsford, Jamie Wilson for West Norfolk in 7, and 8 is Charlie Birdsall for the City of Cambridge. Archie Tebbett in 3, first over, 35.07, and you can see the last heat, nobody went 35, and now we've got a very low 35-50 split. These heats can improve in terms of speed very, very quickly. And Archie Tebbett continuing to lead this heat. Very quick arm rotation with 5 to go. So do watch Frank Jacob in 5 and Lucas Deans in 6. It is going to be Tebbett in first. 1:13.43 for Archie Tebbett. Second, Lucas Deans. Sorry, second, Frank Jacob. And Lucas Deans is third. Heat 6. Lane 1 is Anthony Ganchev for Basildon. Oscar Hunter of Norwich Swan in 2. Henry Mann for the same club in 3. 4 is Ryan Ingram for Hemel Hempstead. Toby Olajd for Thurrock goes in 5. 6, Sam Jackson for Devon. Isaac Robertson for Newmarket in 7. And 8 is Louis Robson for the City of St Albans. Ryan Ingram is over first in the centre. 34.14 at 50. Oscar Hunter a whole half second behind over in lane 2 at the moment. 25 to go, and Ryan Ingram has half a body length here on the rest of the pool. And just as I say that, Oscar Hunter seems to put on a bit of a sprint, and Henry Mann is coming thick and fast too in 3. Into the wall goes Ryan Ingram. 1:11.26 to take heat 6. Henry Mann in second, and then Oscar Hunter third. Heat 7. Martin Molnar for the City of Cambridge goes in 1. 2 is Daniel Turner for Team Waveney. Hugo Roberts-Smith of Hatfield is in 3. 4, Oscar Winterburn for Team Ipswich. Daniel Belzy of Hatfield goes in 5. 6 is Cian Lee for the City of Peterborough. Jack Swindale from the City of Peterborough in 7. And 8 is Daniel DeFlippo for Flitwick. Pretty close heat, just 3 100ths separating Daniel Belzy in 5 from Hugo Roberts-Smith in 3. .20 meters to go. And difficult to call this one. Lane 6, Cian Lee starting to increase in speed in the closing stages. Daniel Belzy in 5 could be in with 2nd or 3rd. It is Cian Lee in 6 that takes it. 1:10.22. 2nd comes from Hugo Roberts-Smith. And 3rd from Daniel Belzy. Heat 8. Leo Easter of Runnymede goes in 1. Ethan Thorpe for Basildon in 2. Teammate Robert Fenner is in 3. Albert Orley for Braintree in 4. Ben Howlett for Team Ipswich in 5. 6 is Castle Galindez for the City of Norwich. Joshua Zachary for the City of Peterborough in 7. And Finley Blackman for Biggleswade in lane 8. Ben Howlett, Ipswich swimmer in 5, is leading this one quite comfortably, I'd say. Ethan Thorpe in 2 for Basildon, currently sat in 2nd, but Albert Orley coming through in the centre now too. Ben Howlett takes it in 66.36. Albert Orley 108.54, and close between him and Ethan Thorpe, who came 3rd. Just 9 100ths separating those two. Heat 9. Lane 1 is Edward Cook for Leighton Buzzard. Oliver Baskerville of Hatfield goes in 2. 3 is Thomas Small for Norwich Swan. 4, Samuel Jeffrey for Hatfield. 5 is Oliver Smith for Basildon. In 6, Joe Flowers for St Felix School. Cameron Jones of Leighton Buzzard goes in 7. And Jacob Hayes for Bishop Stortford in lane 8. 25 to go, and close between several swimmers at this point. Oliver Smith in 5 seems to be the leader, but Thomas Small in 3 and Oliver Baskerville in 2. Close behind him, it is Oliver Smith that takes heat 9, 105.59. Oliver Baskerville second, 106.73. And Thomas Small third on that one. Again, just 2 100ths of a second separating second and third. And those hundredths important. Could be the difference between qualifying for a final or not. This is heat number 10. Lane 1 is Gagan Singh for the City of Peterborough. Teammate Rufus Bennett goes in lane 2, free. Louis Allen for Basildon. Ewan Thompson for St. Neots is in 4. 5, Rafferty May for Watford. Alex Harrop for Team Ipswich in 6. 7, Thomas Ford for Basildon. And 8 is Sean Connolly for Epping Forest. Ewan Thompson over first at the turn end. 0.2 separating him from the second fastest swimmer. Rafferty May leading with 15 to go. He does have challenge on both his right and left. Ewan Thompson in 4, Alex Harrop in 6. Under the 5-meter flags, it is going to be Rafferty May in first in heat 10, 105.99. 106.92 for Ewan Thomas to take second. And again, some of these heats have been close. Third, that 106.94. Just 2 100ths again separating second from third. Places in tonight's final are certainly going to be close. Heat 11. Lane 1 is Joshua Shepherd for Thurrock. Joe Hammond of the City of Norwich goes in 2. Kevin Moldovan for Harlow in 3. 4 is Edward Ormsby for the City of Cambridge. 5 is Lloyd Betterson for Team Waveney. In 6, Max Arnold for Harlow. 7, William Buckley for Watford. And 8 is Orlando Deering for the City of Peterborough. Into the last 25, and 2 swimmers seem to stand out. Edward Ormsby in 4, and Orlando Deering in 8. 15 to go. And Ormsby still with the lead. He is going to take this 11th heat of the 100 backstroke in 104.17. Orlando Deering on the outside coming in second, and then Lloyd Batterson in third. Heat number 12. Lane 1 is Matthew Tatum for Dis Otters. Alexander Calverboa for the City of St Albans goes in 2. James Clay for Stowmarket in 3. 4 is Ben Minister for Thurrock. Oliver Scrimshaw of Basildon in 5. Ryan Close for Biggleswade in 6. 7 is Jacob Ray for Basildon. And 8 is Janos Kadar for the City of Cambridge. James Clay over in 30.90 at 50 metres. Lane 3 swimmer. Short course time entered on is 102.84. Doesn't give him a massive lead, and certainly he's not the fastest swimmer on paper in the heat. Lane 8, Janos Kadar, also going very fast here. 5 to go. This could come from several swimmers, actually. It is Janos Kadar, 104.88, and I kept saying that the difference between second and third was amazingly close. It is now exactly the same. Joint second between Alexander Calverboa in lane 2 and James Clay in lane 3, both going 105.51. Heat 13. Lane 1 is Manuka Jayakodi for Norwich Swan. Diego Derrington for Bishop Stortford is in 2. Keelan Gosney for Chelmsford in 3. Ryan Wall for the City of Cambridge in 4. 5 is Ethan Martin for Thurrock. Ben Woodhouse of Norwich Swan goes in 6. 7 is Timon Chapman for the City of Norwich. And Jack McDonald for Putteridge goes in lane 8. Ethan Martin over first in 5. First swimmer that we've seen under the 30-second barrier at 50. 29.72 50-meter split for Martin. And he is really charging ahead here. 15 to go. Manuka Jayakodi looks strong in lane 1, 2. Under the 5-meter flags, and it is going to be Ethan Martin, but only just in the end there. 102.92 for Ethan Martin. Manuka Jayakodi almost beat him to the wall. 103.14. And Diego Derrington in third there. Heat 14. Lane 2, is Daniel Dixon for Basildon. Jensen Hurrell of Thurrock goes in 3. Nathan Wells for West Norfolk in 4. Nikita Charakin for Thurrock in 5. Joseph Bavey of Newmarket in 6. 7 is Tobias Olgsby for West Norfolk, and Thomas Boyd of Felixstowe in 8. Nathan Wells in the centre lane. That is the third fastest seed in the competition. Enters on a time of 55.66. Again, that'll be a short course time for him. 15 metres to go, and absolutely no doubt about the fact that Nathan Wells is going to take this 14th heat of the 100 backstroke seemingly effortlessly. 1 minute 1:08. So 1 minute 0.18 is his time. Nikita Charakin second, almost a second behind. and Jensen Hurrell in third. Heat 15. Lane 1 is Jimmy Taylor for Thurrock. Matthew Money for the City of Cambridge goes in 2. 3, Jack Hill for Linslade. Marin de Villard of St. Felix School is in 4. Fabian Brudnicki for the City of Peterborough in 5. Joseph Gilvray for the City of Norwich in 6. Zach Campbell-Morgan for West Norfolk goes in 7. And 8 is Ashton Redhead for Team Ipswich. Marin de Villard over first. Again, he is the second fastest qualifier into this event. But Fabian Brudnicki going with him here. And these two swimmers don't have a whole lot separating them. In fact, could 5th seed Fabian Brudnicki beat 2nd seed Marin de Villard to the wall? I don't think so, but it is going to be tight. De Villard in first, 58.80. That's the fastest time we've seen by far, and Brudnicki's 59.37 is the second fastest time we've seen. So that will put those two into the final. Could well see them in lanes 4 and 5 next to each other, which could make for quite a race this evening. But we won't know that for sure until the next heat has gone. Heat 16 is the final heat. Lane 1 is Thomas Belcher for Modernian. Nathaniel Mapley for the City of St Albans goes in 2. Jan Divot for the City of Cambridge in 3. Jack Skerry for Newhall in 4. 5 is Liam Brennan for Basildon Phoenix. Kieran Burkitt from the City of St Albans goes in 6. 7 is Jack Eden for the City of Norwich. And Cornelis Verdonk of Newmarket goes in lane 8. Jack Skerry over in 27.73. 54.04 is his entry time, and that puts him an entire second and a half ahead of Marin de Villard on paper, and you can see why. There is a gap of water between Jack Skerry in 4 and Liam Brennan in 5. How fast is this heat swim going to be? We will see in a second. It was Jack Skerry in first. I'm sure the scoreboard will adjust itself for us in a moment. Liam Brennan in second. There we go. 58.37 for Jack Skerry. Liam Brennan second. 1:42. We now go to the women's 50 butterfly, Heat 1. Eleanor Bath Werrenolp of Basildon goes in 2. Ruby May Chibaro of Watford in 3. Isla Addison for Norwich Swan in 4. Lydia Newell for Brentwood in 5. Isla Stewart for the City of Peterborough in 6. And Belle Ringwood for West Norfolk in 7. All swimmers in this heat are 12 years of age, and the same in the next one. Eleanor Bath Warrenolp is going to take this heat easily. 35.58 from the outside, destroys her short course time. So absolutely a long course best. Isla Addison second. And joint third on that one too. This is heat 2. Lane 1 is Neve Bunker for Flitwick. In 2, Liliana Sapala for Hoddesdon. Holly Katasi of Lindsley goes in 3. 4, Lily Steele for Team Ipswich. Jasmine Hall of Basildon goes in 5. 6, Matilda Diamond for Modernian. Emma Dye for Norwich Swan goes in 7. And Tyra Sujdeen for the City of Cambridge is in lane 8. Into the final 5, and Liliana Sapala in lane 2. Looks like she might be able to get the touch here. She does. 34.16, but what a close heat. Jasmine Hall in second. Holly Katasi just behind. Heat 3. Lane 1 is Amy Mayer for Biggleswade. Ashley McCarthy of the City of Peterborough goes in 2. Charlotte Lowe for Chelmsford in 3. Lily Murrell for Norwich Swan in 4. 5 is Evie Greenhalgh for the City of Norwich. Yasmin Olrenshaw for Flitwick in 6. 7 is Isabella Stratton Thornset for Colchester. And Anne-Marie Najawaya for Team Luton goes in lane 8. Again, lane 2 looks good here. This is Ashley McCarthy. And she takes it in 31.93. Second, Amy Mayer in lane 1. And then Charlotte Lowe in 3 comes third. Heat number 4. Lane 1 is Amy Whitton for Hatfield. Megan Clark of the City of Ely goes in 2. Amelia Fenner for Basildon Phoenix in 3. Richard Davis Hayward of the City of Norwich in 4. Olivia Greenall for Great Yarmouth in 5. 6 is Michelle Shadby for Newhall. Lilia Burgoyne for Great Yarmouth in 7. And Lucy Clark for Chelmsford in lane 8. Davis Hayward in 4 is leading and takes the heat. 32.52. Second, Amy Whitton, more than half a second behind. And Olivia Greenall in third. Heat number 5. Evie Holmes of Lindsley goes in 1. Clementine Lavelle of Team Ipswich in 2. Ellie Smith for the City of Norwich in 3. Phoebe DeVoogd of Leighton Buzzard in 4. Mia Macklin for Braintree in 5. Chloe Linney of Halstead in 6. Elizabeth Swaby for Basildon in 7. And Amelia Rayner for Halstead in lane 8. 3 looks good here. That's Phoebe Voogd from Leighton Buzzard. Also lane 2. It is Ellie Smith in 3 that takes it. 31.7 for Lavelle in 2 comes second. And Evie Holmes in 1 third. Heat number 6. Lane 1 is Layla Jerushius for Hatfield. Alice Watts of the City of Cambridge goes in 2. Eloise Perry for West Suffolk in 3. Louise Webster for Thurrock in 4. Erin Curry for Hatfield in 5. Amelia Speechley for the City of Cambridge in 6. Annabelle Kett for City of Peterborough in 7. And Beatrice Smith for Stanway in lane 8. Very difficult to call this one. Lots of the swimmers swimming practically at the same time. Might be from lane 1 or 2. It is lane 1. Layla Jarusius, takes the heat in 32.38. Alice Watts second. Eloise Perry third as we go to heat number 7. Lane 1 is Sophie Palmer for Basildon. Lila Howard for Team Luton goes in 2. Holly Morgan for Hoddesdon in 3. Anna Lucia Fenner for Basildon in 4. Kezia Crees for Basildon goes in 6. Eva Glynn for Hatfield in 7. And Olivia Dutson for the City of Norwich in lane 8. Again, a very tightly packed 50-metre heat. It looks like lane 4 may have the lead. Or maybe lane 1. It is 4. Anna Lucia Fenner takes it in 31.79. Sophie Palmer second, 31.94. And then Holly Morgan in third. This is heat 8. Lane 1 is Tabitha Payne for Thetford. Maya Shackle for Watford goes in 2. Ella Dawson for Chelmsford in 3. 4 is Grace Robinson for St. Felix School. Poppy McGill of Butteridge goes in 5. Elijah Britton for St. Felix is in 6. 7, Kirsty Neal for Bishop Stortford. And Amola Jossa for Hatfield in lane 8. Into the final 5 metres. And lane 3. Ella Dawson looks strong here. She takes the heat in 31.33. Maya Shackle is second, and then Tabitha Payne third. Heat number 9. Lane 1 is Alice Green for Hatfield. Connie Davies for Devon goes in 2. Josephine Reed for Berkhamsted in 3. 4 is Ellie Burnwood for St. Philip's School. 5, Sophie Dowding for Team Ipswich. Basildon and Phoenix have Lexi Goodman in 6. 7 is Isabel Mather for the City of Cambridge. And Isabel Cameron for the City of Peterborough goes in lane 8. Again, these swimmers' swimming times so close together that it is exceptionally difficult to separate any of them. I cannot call one swimmer ahead in this one. Wow, all touching practically at the same time. Connie Davis is first one there though, 32.16. Alice Green just behind, but every single swimmer within 32 seconds on that heat. As we go to heat 10. Amelia Saunders of Leiston goes in 1. Lexi O'Connor for Basildon and Phoenix in 2. Millie Harris for Wisbech in 3. 4 is Leonie Amman for the City of Cambridge. Olivia Minnett for the City of Peterborough in 5. Jessica Medlicott for Dunstable in 6. Isla Hamilton for Norwich 1 in 7. And Mia Davis for Dunstable in lane number 8. This one's slightly more spread out. Looks like lane 3 doing well. That is Millie Harris. And she should take it. She does 31.21, almost touched out by Lexi O'Connor, who was just 8 100ths behind her. And Olivia Minnett in third. As we go to heat 11. Lane 1 is Hannah McNicholas for Devon. Jasmine Coleman of Norwich Swan goes in 2. Tia Hill for the City of Ely in 3. 4 is Abigail Crawley for Team Ipswich. 5 is Keely White for Potters Bar. Jasmine Carter of Basildon goes in 6. 7 Lily Bemmer for Felixstowe. And 8 is Katerina Di Maria for the City of Norwich. Lane 4, Abigail Crawley is absolutely leading this one. This should be pretty clear. 30.60 for Crawley. Second is from Jasmine Coleman in lane 2. And third came from Hannah Nicholas. Heat 12. Lane 1 is Verity Fuge for Hatfield. Alice O'Toole of Royston goes in 2. 3 is Kira Wharton for Berkhamsted. Jessica Fields of Bishop Stortford in 4. 5 Esme Springham for Devon. 6 is Amy Borum for Watford. 7 Charlotte Abramson for the City of Norwich. And Megan Jones of Flitwick goes in lane 8. 5 metres remain, and again, too close to call. 4 takes it in the end. Jessica Fields in 31.09. Kira Wharton just a tenth behind, 31.19. And Alice O'Toole in third in the end on that one. Heat 13. Lane 1 is Emily Pitcher for Norwich Swan. Rosie Brooks of St Felix School goes in 2. Gracie Parker for Basildon in 3. 4 is Lauren Hammond for the City of Cambridge. Freya Harwood of St Felix School in 5. 6 Rhiannon Carrick for Dunstable. Greta Goddard of Colchester in 7. And Anouk Zacchini for the City of Cambridge in lane 8. Again, very, very difficult to call these heats. Lane 1, Emily Pitcher looks to be having quite a good swim. I think she is going to take it. She does 30.53 as her time, and it was the heat of the outside lanes because Emily Pitcher first, Anouk Zacchini second. 1, then 8, and then Gracie Parker third as we go to heat 14. Grace Gunton of the City of Norwich goes in 1. Emily Passam for Durham in 2. Chloe Armstrong for Team Ipswich in 3. 4 is Orla Kenny for the City of Cambridge. Isla Fullock Holmes of the City of Peterborough goes in 5. 6 is Charlotte Sanford for St Felix School. Lily Blount of Hatfield goes in 7. And Elise Delaperal for Thurrock in lane 8. Lane 2, Emily Passam seems to be having the strongest swim of the bunch here. 5 to go. Chloe Armstrong looks strong too. It is Emily Passam in first, 30.48. Armstrong second, and Gunton third. Heat 15. Lane 1, Charlotte Williams for Hatfield. Charlotte Shaw of the City of Peterborough goes in 2. Charlie Joyce for Epping Forest in 3. 4, Sarah O'Brien for West Norfolk. Menna Walmsley of Team Luton in 5. Kerris Williams for West Suffolk in 6. Victoria Daly of Watford in 7. And Rebecca Smith for Norwich Swan in lane 8. Charlotte Williams in 1 seems to be having the standout swim from this bunch. She actually has half a body length or so on the rest of the pool. No doubt about the fact that she's going to take this 15th heat of the 50 fly. 29.13. First time we've seen under 30 seconds, and it's well under 30 seconds as well. Sarah O'Brien second, and Charlotte Shaw third. This is heat 16. Lane 1 is Ruby Coyle for Norwich Swan. Beth Young of Team Ipswich is in 2. Olivia Church for Thurrock in 3. Emma Fields for Bishop Stortford in 4. 5 is Emily Haslam for the City of Norwich. Kira Taylor of St Ives in 6. 7 is Olivia Cooper for Basildon. And Francesca Baber for Flitwick goes in lane 8. Like the centre lane's doing good here. Emily Haslam in 5. Emma Fields in 4. It could come from 4. It is Emma Fields, 30.10, her winning heat time. Beth Young, 30.23. Heat 17. Lane 1 is Eve Park for the City of Norwich. Then City of Peterborough have Lana Traherne in 2, Iona Trainer in 3, and Hannah Willis in 4. 5 is Tia Gardner for Basildon. 6 is Amara Addison for Norwich Swan. 7 is Chloe Butler for St Ives, and Megan Donovan for the City of Peterborough goes in lane 8. Again, looks like lane 1, Eve Park doing good here. Lane 2 going with as well, but maybe this could come from the inside. Difficult to tell. Eve Park takes it. 29.84 is her time. Lara Traherne just behind in lane 2, 29.97. And then Hannah Willis is third. Still not as fast as 2 heats ago, though. Heat 18. Lane 1, Grace Greenhalgh for the City of Norwich. Jessica Shaw for the City of Peterborough goes in 2. Georgina Talon for Potters Bar in 3. Charlotte Smith for Norwich Swan in 4. Charlotte White for West Suffolk in 5. 6 is Hannah Brooke for the City of St Albans. Matilda Bogle for Team Ipswich goes in 7. And Tiger Lily Donald of City of St Albans goes in lane 8. This one we would expect to be faster than 2 heats ago. Some very quick 50 fly swimmers in this heat. It could come from lane 1 again, you know. Grace Greenhalgh, 29.12. Does improve on that fastest time set by 100th. Charlotte Smith in second and Jessica Shaw third. This is heat 19. Lane 1, Millie Fields for Bishop Stortford. Ellie O'Keefe from the City of Cambridge in 2. Eloise Cole from Modernian in 3. Sasha Thomas for the City of Norwich in 4. Sarah Kalaska for Hatfield in 5. 6 is Megan Pye for the City of Norwich. 7, Olivia Newman-Baronius for Putteridge. And Ruby Greenhalgh for the City of Norwich goes in lane 8. Looks like 3. Eloise Cole could be in with a shot here. Or Sasha Thomas in 4 into the final 2 meters. And Eloise Cole does it. 28.45 is now the fastest time set. Sasha Thomas is second, 28.50. Just 5 100ths separating those 2 swimmers. Heat 20 is the final heat. Lane 1 is Kira Wookie for Colchester. Georgia Holgate of the City of Cambridge in 2. Natalie Samford for St Felix School in 3. 4 is Sky Carter for Basildon and Phoenix. 5, Jessica Woodward for Hatfield. 6 is Ashley Ramsden for Hatfield. 7, Jessica Jane Applegate for the City of Norwich. And Vanessa Simonova, City of Peterborough in lane 8. Sky Carter in the centre. The fastest swimmer into this heat is just 15 years of age. What time will she go? 29.03. Joint first place, actually, on that final heat. Sky Carter and Natalie Sanford both going 29.03. This is the men's 50 butterfly, heat 1. Just 3 swimmers in this first heat. Means I can slow down a bit. Lane 3 is Raphael Coliano for the City of Cambridge. Jaden Carter for Basildon and Phoenix in 4. And 5 is Leighton Miller for the City of Peterborough. Very close between these 3 swimmers, actually. It could come from 3 or 4. It is Raphael Coralino in 3, 35.43. Jaden Carter is 0.2 of a second behind, 35.61. Heat number 2. Lane 1 is Will Minister for Thurrock. Tristan DeBurgini for Witham in 2. 3, Dylan Guy, City of Norwich. Philip Spalding for Putteridge in 4. Kai Patel for Thurrock in 5. William Hughes for Basildon in 6. Alexander Patterson for West Norfolk in 7. Kai Patel leading on this one in lane 5. And he's going to take this heat, I think. Also, lane 2 looking strong. It is Kai Patel over first. Tristan DeBurgini in second. William Hughes third on that one. Heat 3. Lane 1, Niccolo Camalotti, Hatfield. Charlie Birdsall for the City of Cambridge in 2. Orlando Whitting for St. Felix School in 3. Dylan Davenport for Bishop Stortford in 4. 5 is Tyler Stone for the City of Norwich. Sebastian Newman Baronius of Putteridge goes in 6. Jacob Sugden for Chelmsford in 7. And Wilfred Warwick for the City of Cambridge in lane 8. Dylan Davenport is leading in 4 currently. And he has about half a body length on the rest of the pool. He is going to take the touch in 33.50. Tyler Stone, 0.62 behind in second. As we go with heat 4. Lane 1 is Oshahin Ojahu for Thurrock. Jacob Bacon for the City of Peterborough goes in 2. Frank Jacob for the City of Cambridge in 3. Samuel Chamberlain for West Suffolk in 4. 5 is Maxwell Hosier for Hoddesdon. Archie Tebbett for Colchester in 6. 7 is Lazaros Giannis for City of Norwich. And Edison Loreggio for West Suffolk goes in lane 8. Lane 7. Lazaros Giannis seems to be leading, or maybe not, actually. 2 could be in with a chance of getting first there. It is 3, in fact. Frank Jacob, a joint second between lane 2 and lane 7. Both Jacob Bacon and Lazaros Giannis going 31.63 as we go to heat 5. Lane 1 is Daniel De Filippo for Flitwick. Jamie Committee for Basildon goes in 2. Louis Robson for the City of St Albans in 3. 4 is Oliver Fenwick for Team Luton. Harry Phelan for Basildon in 5. 6 is Oscar Hunter for Norwich Swan. Anthony Ganchev of Basildon in 7. And Toby Ojadai for Thurrock in lane 8. Into the last 5 metres. And it is going to be lane 1, Daniel Filippo, 31.64 that takes it. Louis Robson second, and Harry Phelan third. Heat number 6. Lane 1 is Joshua Parker for Braintree. Louis Spriggs of Newhall goes in 2. Name Harvey for Basildon in 3. Rafferty May for Watford in 4. Harry Cooper for Borough Southend in 5. Then Basildon Phoenix in 6, 7 and 8. Louis Allen in 6. Saxon Minto in 7. And Ethan Thorpe in 8. Rafferty May takes it, 30.03. Second, actually joint, 30.03 for Rafferty May, who takes first. Second, Joshua Parker. And third, Harry Cooper. Heat 7. Lane 1 is Leo Walters for Runnymede, Jack Swindale for the City of Peterborough in 2, Jeffrey Gill for Watford in 3, 4, George Portlock for Newhall, 5, Joseph McNulty for Watford. Lane 6 is Archie Rand for Ware, Daniel Belzy for Hatfield in 7, and 8 is Ben Butcher for West Suffolk. Lane 3, Jeffrey Gill. Looks like he could take this one. I think he absolutely is going to. 29.46 for Jeffrey Gill to take that from lane 3. Second came from the outside, Ben Butcher, 29.78. And third, Archie Rand from lane 6. This is heat number 8. Lane 1 is James Baker for Brentwood, Finley Arnup for Norwich Swan in 2, Castle Galindez for the City of Norwich in 3, 4, Rhys Burrell for West Norfolk, 5 is Noah Mann for Newmarket, 6 is Rory Wilde for Chelmsford, Joe Power of Basildon is in 7, and Sean Connolly for Epping Forest goes in lane 8. 4, Rhys Burrell seems to be leading on this one. He does take it, 29.36, only by 2/100ths of a second though. Noah Mann nearly slipped in there. 29.38 puts him second, and third, Castle Galindez.
Representative from Modernian and the Harlow Penguins, please, for the timing suite.
Heat 9. Lane 1, Roster Wilt for the City of Cambridge, Nathan Birchineau for St Felix School in 2, Cian Lee for City of Peterborough in 3, 4, Charlie Payne for Newmarket, Kobe Cornwell for Potters Bar in 5, 6 is Isaac Frugia for Basildon Phoenix, IMB Akindele for Thurrock goes in 7, and Jude Gunner of St Felix School in 8. This is going to come from lane 2, I think. Birchineau is going to do it, 28.78. Ross Wilt is in second, 29.27. And third, Cian Lee. Heat number 10. Lane 1 is Orlando Deering for the City of Peterborough. Alex Harrop for Team Ipswich goes in 2. Harrison Shaw for Flitwick in 3. 4 is Charlie Brooke for the City of St Albans. 5, Evan McQuaid for Dunmow. Aaron Peacock of Thetford goes in 6. James Williamson for the City of Cambridge in 7. And Lucas Hartley for Hatfield goes in lane 8. This is going to come from the outside again. Lane 1, Orlando Deering takes it 28.75. Again, just 2/100ths of a second, separating Deering from Harrop. And then Harrison Shaw in third. As we go with Heat 11. Lane 1 is Daniel Mayer for Modernian, George Grimwood for Bishop Stortford in 2, Colin Pennant for Saffron in 3, 4 is Jacob Ray for Basildon, 5, Kevin Moldovan for Harlow, 6 is Finley Blake for Team Ipswich, 7, Joshua Zachary from the City of Peterborough, and Sandys Chechins from Colchester goes in lane 8. Jacob Ray in the centre there for Basildon is leading the way so far. Also, lane 8, though, Sandys Chechins, don't rule him out. 29.11, he does sneak in there in lane 8. Good swim on the outside. Jacob Ray, second, 29.23. Heat number 12. Lane 1 is Ethan Howard for Potters Bar. Daniel Kendall for the City of Ely goes in 2. Lewis Andrews for Norwich Swan in 3. 4, Harry Stagg for Basildon Phoenix. 5, Kieran Griffin for the City of Peterborough. Finley Kearman for Team Luton in 6. 7, William Buckley for Watford. And Jamie Joshua for Hatfield goes in lane 8. And these boys appear to be in a completely straight line as they approach the 5-metre flags. Maybe Ethan Howard in 1 is leading. I think he is. And he takes the heat in 28.81. Daniel Kendall is second. And Lewis Andrews is third. Heat number 13. Lane 1 is Caelan Bossanu for Hemel Hempstead. George Taylor of Bishop Stortford goes in 2. Daniel Boboye of Thurrock in 3. 4, Kai Adams for Potters Bar. Rufus Bennett for the City of Peterborough is in 5. Riley Hall for the City of Cambridge in 6. Jack Osborne for Devon in 7. And Daniel Hollis for the City of St Albans in lane 8. Again, different swimmers in different places, but still not easy to call who's going to touch first. 28.24 comes from Riley Hall in lane 6. Kai Adams is second, actually joint second with Caelan Bossanu. Heat 14. Lane 1 is Arthur Burnans for Basildon and Phoenix. 2 is Toby Martin for Harpenden. Oliver Scrimshaw for Basildon goes in 3. 4 is Jack Barnard for Potters Bar. Jack McDonald for Putteridge goes in 5. 6 is August Stevens for Newmarket. And 8 is Zach Stacey for Hoddesdon. Into the last few, and this is going to come from lane 2. Toby Martin, 27.92 his finish time. Arthur Burnans is second. Jack McDonald is third. Heat 15. Lane 1 is Billy Mead for Linslade. Harrison Holmes of Team Waveney goes in 2. James Gorpanar for Harlow in 3. 4 is Josh Martin for the City of Peterborough. Jacob Stephen for Brentwood in 5. 6 is Zach Troman for Colchester. Enzo Lim for Watford in 7. And Jack Abram for the City of Norwich goes in lane 8. Lane 5. Jacob Stephen seems to be leading here. And he takes it, 27.61. Second is Harrison Holmes. And then James Gorpanar in third place. Heat 16. Lane 1, Callum Cox, Bishop Stortford, Oliver Pike, City of Norwich goes in 2. Joshua Shepherd for Thurrock in 3. 4 is Jack Sangster for Moderni, and Ollie O'Connor for Putteridge goes in 5. 6 is Robert Addis for West Norfolk. 7 is Ben Ferron for Team Luton, and Austin Lillywhite of Biggleswade goes in lane number 8. 15 remaining, and again, this could come from the top 2 lanes over in 1 and 2. 1 is Callum Cox, 2 is Oliver Pike. I think it could be one of them. Joint first. The scoreboard, the timing system could not separate them. 27.35 for Callum Cox and Oliver Pike to share first place in Heat 16. Joshua Shepherd is in third. Heat 17. Lane 1 is Nathaniel Mapley for the City of St Albans. Archie Chamberlain of West Suffolk goes in 2. Matthew Brown for Stowmarket in 3. 4 is Jack Pallam for Team Waveney. Zach Campbell Morgan for West Norfolk goes in 5. 6 is Harry Hudson for Norfolk In 7, Darrell Rand for Colchester. And George DeVucht of Leighton Buzzard goes in lane 8. This could come from 2 here. Chamberlain into the wall first in 27.07. Nathaniel Mapley is second, 27.63, with Matthew Brown just behind. Heat 18. Lane 1, Jensen Hurrell for Thurrock. Mason Allen for Basildon goes in 2. Callum Karani of Colchester in 3. 4 is Matteo Lobiundo for Hitchin. Davesh Kapoor of City of Norwich goes in 5. Harry Weston for Cambridge University in 6. 7 is Manuka Jayakody for Norwich Swan. And Ethan Pierce for Dunmo goes in lane 8. Lane 1, Jensen Hurrell seems to be leading in this 18th heat of the 50 butterfly. He takes it in 26.91. Second is Davesh Kapoor, 27.60. And Matteo Biondo just 7/100ths behind in third. Heat 19. Lane 1 is Tobias Olgsby for West Norfolk. Into Matthew Aldred for Watford. 3, Henry Dean for Thurrock. 4, Luca Page for West Suffolk. 5, Joseph Kenny for St. Felix. 6, Jimmy Taylor Thurrock. 7, Louis James Norwich Swan. 8, James Spears Basildon and Phoenix. Into the last 10 metres already, and lane 2, Matthew Aldred looks strong here. I think he takes this heat. He does in 26.21. Joint second between Henry Dean and Luca Page, both clocking a time of 27.03. Heat 20. Lane 1 is Charlie Barrett for the City of Norwich. George Whiteman for the City of Peterborough goes in 2. Matthew Baker for West Suffolk in 3. 4 is Jack Skerry for Newhall. Lane 6 is Nathan Wells for West Norfolk. Maddox Roberts of Witham goes in 7. Lewis Chapman of Stowmarket goes in lane 8. This is a cyclic heat, meaning that Jack Skerry is the third fastest competitor in the championships, and he takes the heat unsurprisingly in 25.17. Second is Matthew Baker, 26.57. And then Charlie Barrett in third. Heat 21. Lane 1 is Thomas Boyd for Felixstowe. Kai Adams of Holstead in 2. 3, Callum Davis for Bishop Stortford. Harry Jones of City of Norwich in 4. 5, Matthew Timmon for the City of Cambridge. Ben Blowers for the City of Norwich in 6. 7, Rhys Housen for Hemel Hempstead. Joseph Wells of West Norfolk goes in lane 8 into the last 10 metres. And Harry Jones in 4 is leading, but Callum Davis looks good too. It is Harry Jones in first, 26.01. Callum Davis 13/100ths behind in second. Matthew Tittman third. Altogether, this is heat 42, but it's heat 22 of the men's 50 fly. Jude Hills for Thurrock goes in 1. William Ellard for St. Felix School in 2. Jake Thomas Mansfield for West Suffolk in 3. Teammate Thomas Page in 4. 5 is Charlie Summer for Durham. 6 is Joseph Bavey for Newmarket. Damon Elliott for Dunmo goes in 7. And 8 is Christopher Williamson for the City of Cambridge. This one might not come from lane 4. Lane 5, Charlie Summer looks good. Does Thomas Page have enough to keep him away? He does. 25.74 for Thomas Page to take the 22nd heat. Charlie Summer is second, and Jake Thomas Mansfield in third place. And that concludes session number 12 of the Swim England East Region 2022 Long Course Championships. We will be back for session 13 because, you know, we thought we'd pack as much swimming as we could into one day. Warm-up for session 13 will commence at 5 minutes to 2. 5 to 2 for the warm-up for session 13. All the swimming underway from 2:40, and we hope you'll join us then.
And a reminder that the pool is now closed, so it is not possible to swim down. The pool is closed. The lifeguards are off their station. And could I please have coaches for Norwich Swan, Hatfield and Watford to the timing suite, please. Norwich Swan, Hatfield and Watford. Coaches, please, from Norwich Swan, Hatfield and Watford.
Swimmers, coaches, team managers, please can a coach or representative from Norwich Swan, Hatfield and Watford report to the timing suite. A coach or representative from Norwich Swan, Hatfield and Watford report to the timing suite as soon as possible. Thank you. Finalists in the men's 50 butterfly. In lane one, the finalists are in 11-12's age group, Rafael Corigliano, Orlando Whiting, Tyler Stone, Jacob Bacon, Archie Tebbett, Nicolo Camelotti, Charlie Birdsall, Kai Patel. Reserves, Jaden Carter, Sebastian Newman Baronius. In the 13 years age group, Ethan Thorpe, Lazaros Girenis, Jude Gunner, Joshua Parker, George Portlock, Frank Jacob, Daniel DeFilippo, Louis Robertson. Reserves, Maxwell Hosier, Harry Phelan. 14 years, Ross DeWilt, Orlando Deering, Kaylin Bostianu, Joshua Shepherd, Ollie O'Connor, Rufus Bennett, Alex Harrop, Kean Lee. Reserves, Rafferty May and Ayobami Akindele. In the 15 years age group, Ethan Howard, Oliver Scrimshaw, James Grupinar, Oliver Pike, Toby Martin, Riley Hall, Nathan Birchenow, Sandys Chechens. Reserves, Jacob Ray and Lewis Andrews. 16 years, Maddox Roberts, Archie Chamberlain, Luca Page, William Ellard, Matthew Baker, Henry Dean, Callum Cox, Nathaniel Mapley. Reserves, Mason Allen and Arthur Burnans. And 17 years and over, Matthew Aldred, Callum Davis, Harry Jones, Jack Skerry, Thomas Page, Charlie Summer, Jake Thomas Mansfield, Joseph Baby. Reserves, Matthew Tittman and Charlie Barrett. Swimmers, remember that you have 15 minutes to withdraw from a final that you've qualified for if you do not wish to swim it.
confirm, warm-up is starting as normal and will run as published from 13:55. So there is 10 minutes yet, but it is running as published. It will be the women's warm-up first. This is a 20-minute warm-up. The lifeguards are approaching their station now. If you are a particularly small person, i.e. you're 11 or 12, place yourself in lane 8. That is our protected lane for little people. So you can go into lane 8, but everybody else, you can go wherever you like. Lanes 1, 3, 5 and 7 clockwise, 2, 4, 6 and 8 anti-clockwise. And this is a women's warm-up for 20 minutes, 15 minutes, and then 5-minute sprint lanes. You can start. opening sprint lanes. If you wish to carry on swimming, this is not a busy warm-up session, so if you wish to carry on swimming, stay in lanes 4, 5 and 6, but we will do sprint lanes in 1, 2, 3, 7 and 8. You can start when the lane is clear. Coach or representative from Leighton Buzzards, please. complete for women. We now have the warm-up for men. Please make sure that when you get in, that you are following the correct direction of your lane. Competitors in the early heats of the 200-metre freestyle for women are advised to go to marshalling, please. from Chelmsford, please. Coach or representative from Chelmsford Swimming Club, Chelmsford City. If your lane is clear, yes, you can start dive starting. swimmers in the women's 200 freestyle should now be heading to marshalling so that we can start properly. We will be breaking the final warm-up into two 12-minute sections. So at 16:15, the women will start their warm-up for finals until 16:27. And then from 16:27 to 16:39, the men will swim. I was not happy with the joint warm-up last night, so we're splitting it 12 minutes each. If we could ask the officials to take their places, please. Okay, that brings an end to warm-up. Could you now clear the pool? The pool is now closed. Thank you. Clear the pool, please. The coach is responsible for those swimmers in the water. Could you please ensure that they're removed immediately, please? Officials, could you please take your places at the turn end as well? Can we pass you to our event commentator, Matthew?
Hello and welcome back to Norwich Sport Park for session number 13 of the Swim England East Region 2022 Long Course Championships. Just the 200 freestyle in this session, and then we've got the finals to come later on this evening. We start with the women's 200 freestyle. This is heat 1. Lane 1 is Lily Mae Freeman for Great Yarmouth. Lane 4, Grace Mutton for Team Ipswich. And lane 5 is Emma Dye for Norwich Swan. Lily Mae Freeman is ahead as it stands, over first at halfway, 1:16.24. All three of these swimmers, 12 years of age. So we'll be looking for a place, if they can, in the 12 years final this evening. Lily Mae Freeman has led throughout this first heat and only has 15 meters remaining now. Into the wall comes Lily Mae Freeman in a time of 2:39.27. That's a second PB for her. As we go to heat 2. Lane 1 is Daisy Jubb for the City of St Albans. Zoe Watson for Canvey goes into Gigi Roberts-Check-Smith of Hatfield in 3. 4 is Eleanor Bath Werenholp for Basildon. Holly Katassi for Linslade in 5. 6 is Cassandra Pieria for Hatfield. Liliana Szynska for Potters Bar in 7. And Neve Bunker for Flitwick in lane 8.
I've had about 7 athletes from the city of Peterborough come up to me and say that there's a birthday today within the group. I'm told that Gary Whiteman is reached the ripe old age of 50. So happy birthday, Gary, from all the squad and city of Peterborough.
Eleanor Bath-Werenolp is leading this second heat at the moment. She wasn't ahead at the 100-meter turn, but she is now the fastest swimmer in the water and seems to be increasing in speed here too. 20 meters to go for Eleanor Bath-Werenolp from Basildon. And now it's getting a little bit close between her and Holly Katassi in 5. Will it be Eleanor Bath-Werenolp or Holly Katassi in first? It will be Eleanor Bath-Werenolp. 2:31.31 for the Basildon swimmer. That's her first long course 200 freestyle swim, so a PB for her. Holly Katassi in second, 2:31.52. Also a PB as we go to heat 3. Lane 1 is Lucy Clark for Chelmsford. In 2, Yasmin Ollerenshaw for Flitwick. 3 is Evelyn Gaydon for Team Ipswich. Maya Sangiorgio for the City of Peterborough goes in 4. Erin Barber for Newmarket in 5. Gemma Lashmar for Team Ipswich in 6. 7 is Amelia Fenner for Basildon. And Tyra Sorstein for the City of Cambridge in lane 8. Yasmin Ollerenshaw in 2 is leading the way at the moment. And she is a body length or so ahead of Evelyn Gaydon in 3. Gaydon coming fast now though. And she is over first with 50 to go. Into the last 25, and Evelyn Gaydon seems to be looking strong here, but does Yasmin Ollerenshaw have enough to take the heat back from her? I don't think she does. Into the last 5. And Evelyn Gaydon comes into the wall in 2:25.56. That's a 3-second PB for Evelyn Gaydon. Yasmin Ollerenshaw in second. Again, big PB, 5 seconds from her. This is heat 4. Lane 1 is Jasmine Hall, for Basildon. Olivia Greenall of Great Yarmouth goes in 2. Rose Rormus for Team Ipswich in 3. 4 is Nicole Maynard for Basildon. Summer Buckland of Harlow is in 5. 6 is Sienna Gilman for Norwich Swan. Amelia Rayner for Halstead goes in 7. And Valentia Davies-Hayward is in lane 8. And it is Davies-Hayward over first, 69.07. .75 left, and still looking strong in 8. Rose Ramnus in 3, looking well too. .150, and Rose Romanus is over first, 146.53. And just 25 to go. Sienna Gilman coming quite fast in 6. Olivia Greenall going forward in 2 as well, into the last 5. And Rose Romanus takes it in 2:23.10. Valentia Davies-Hayward is in 2nd, and Sienna Gilman 3rd. Heat number 5. Lane 1 is Grace Robinson for St. Felix School. Amelia Saunders of Leiston goes in 2. Olivia Mahoney for the City of Peterborough in 3. 4 is Poppy McGill for Putteridge. Vanessa Simonova from City of Peterborough goes in 5. 6 is Annabelle Kett for the City of Peterborough. Amelia Porzio of Putteridge goes in 7. And Kira Broad for West Suffolk is in lane number 8. Grace Robinson in lane 1 is over first at halfway, 66.64. Melissa Simonova just behind. And into the last 25, Grace Robinson does look strong still on the outside. Poppy McGill trying to come forward in 4. And also Amelia Porzio in 7, having a good swim into the 5-meter flags. And it is going to be Grace Robinson, I think, that gets there first. 1:18.78. Poppy McGill was very close, but not quite close enough. 2:18.92 for McGill, and then 3rd was Amelia Porzio. Heat number 6. Veronica Mikolajeska of the City of Peterborough goes in 1. Ellie Burwood for St. Felix School in 2. Abigail Riches for the City of Norwich in 3. 4 is Olivia Minute for the City of Peterborough. Jessica Medlicott for Dunstable in 5. Ashlyn Foley-Wright of Basildon in 6. 7 is Keely White for Potters Bar, and Sophia Thomas of Norwich Swan goes in lane 8. Abigail Riches in lane 3 over first at 150. He has more than a second on Olivia Minute at the moment. .25 to go, and still a body length between her and some of the other swimmers here, though Ellie Burwood in 2 looks okay, and Jane Medlicott in 5 also looking good. Medlicott takes it. Jessica Medlicott in lane 5, 2:20.48 the finish time. Abigail Riches 2:20.70. Heat 7. Lane 1 is Eloise Cole for Modernian. Jasmine Coleman of Norwich Swan goes in 2. Darcy Gladwell for Team Ipswich in 3. Megan Gray for Hatfield in 4. Katerina Di Maria for the City of Norwich in 5. 6 is Annie McLeod for Putteridge. Elizabeth Swaby of Basildon in 7. And Eva Ives of Hatfield in lane 8. Katerina Di Maria over first at halfway and still leading with 75 remaining. Annie McLeod in 6. Sticking with her though. And Darcy Gladwell in 3. Not looking too bad here either. Di Maria is over first. Gladwell over second. McLeod in 6th is over 3rd. All 3 swimmers turning within a second of each other. Jasmine Coleman in 2 being included in that group. 25 to go. And this is close here between Katerina Maria in 5 and Annie McLeod in 6. Under the 5-meter flags we go, and Katerina Di Maria is going to do it. 2:17.34 for the City of Norwich swimmer. Second is Annie McLeod, and third is Darcy Gladwell. Heat 8. Lane 1 is Camille Vania for Hatfield. Lara Traherne, City of Peterborough, goes in 2. Lexi Goodman for Basildon in 3. 4 is Emma Fields for Bishop Stortford. 5 is Olivia Church for Thurrock. Lila Howard of Team Luton goes in 6. 7 is Amelie Crabb for Team Ipswich. And Ruby Chapman of Norwich Swan goes in lane 8. Lexi Goodman in 3 in the lead at the moment, but it's going to be tight on this turn with her and Ruby Chapman in 8. Less than half a second separating those two. And still very difficult to say which one is leading at the moment. I think Lexi Goodman does have the slight edge. And that lead actually increasing for Goodman now. 1:41.11 at the turn end. And there's few people going to be able to stop Lexi Goodman. With 25 to go. She seems to be comfortably ahead of Ruby Chapman in 8 now, into the last 15. And she is a couple of strokes ahead easily. Lexi Goodman into the wall in 2:16.26. Ruby Chapman second. And Amelie Crabb third. Heat 9. Lane 2 is Ella Dawson for Chelmsford. Romilly Marks of Newmarket goes in 3. Evangeline Pierce for Basildon in 4. 5 is Francesca Salmon for Norwich Swan. Indy Scott from the City of Cambridge in 6. 7 is Greta Goddard for Colchester. And 8 is Isabel Barber for Stowmarket. Francesca Salmon is in 5. Indy Scott is 6. And she's leading at the moment for the City of Cambridge. 5 remain. And actually, this turn, Ella Dawson takes over in lane 2. 1:42.89. Gives maybe half a second on Indy Scott at the moment. 25 meters left of this 9th heat of the 200 freestyle. And still remains very close between Ella Dawson in 2 and Indy Scott in 6. Also, Greta Goddard in 7. Ella Dawson takes it 2:18.12. Greta Goddard is second, 2:18.87. And Indy Scott third. Heat 10. Lane 1 is Ellie Hollis for the City of St Albans. Lisa Lineman for Chelmsford goes in 2. Jessica Keogh for Hatfield in 3. 4 is Charlotte Tree for Colchester. Basildon have Anna-Lucia Fenner in 5 and Sophie Palmer in 6. 7 is Georgina Monday for Modernian. And lane 8 is Holly Driver for St Felix School. Georgina Monday in 7. First at halfway. She has just under half a second lead on Ellie Hollis in lane 1. But these two outsider swimmers seem like they are going to take this heat. Just coming up to 150 meters. And still Georgina Monday over first. That lead sitting about the same. Half a second on Ellie Hollis in 1. 25 to go. Georgina Monday increasing in pace down the final few meters. Ellie Hollis trying to go with. It'll be difficult to see from that far across the pool into the last 5. And Georgina Monday takes heat 10 in 2:15.26. Second is Ellie Hollis, 2:17.39. Couple of seconds difference in the end there. And Lisa Lineman is in third. Heat 11. Lane 1 is Gracie Parker for Basildon. Ava Wilson of Newhall goes into. Connie Davies for Devon in 3. Then St Felix School have Natalie Taylor in 4, Freya Harwood in 5, and Rosie Brooks in 6. 7 is Lucy Young for Modernian, and Macy Dexter for the City of Cambridge did not start in lane 8. Natalie Taylor and Freya Harwood having quite the race in the centre two lanes here. It looks like Natalie Taylor is just ahead of the two. It is her over first, and let's not rule Connie Davis in three out of this either, because those three swimmers all within half a second of each other. And Ava Wilson trying to get involved over in lane two as well. Natalie Taylor still at the front of that pack in four, but Freya Harwood sitting on her shoulder. Into the last five. Ava Wilson coming through now in two as well. It is Taylor, 2:15.92 that takes that heat. 2:16.57 for Ava Wilson to come second, and Freya Harwood is third. Heat 12. Lane one is Gabriella Pavon for Potters Bar. Georgia Holgate for the City of Cambridge is in 2. 3 is Charlotte Williams for Hatfield. Sophie Dowding of Team Ipswich in 4. 5 is Madeline Latimer Hicks for St Felix School. Georgia Maggs from the City of Cambridge goes in 6. 7 is Emily Haslam for the City of Norwich. And lane 8 is Bryony Edgings for Thurrock. Emily Haslam from City of Norwich in 7 is leading this 12th heat of the 200 freestyle, and she's leading it by a couple of seconds or so. The lane 7 swimmer seems to be absolutely in command during this heat. .10 meters to go, and this should be quite a good time for Emily Haslam. It might be just outside her best. 2:12.93 is a new personal best for Emily Haslam. Second is Sophie Dowding, and Madeline Latimer Hicks is in third. Heat 13. Three heats to go. This is the first of those three. Abigail Crawley from Team Ipswich goes in 1. Louise Fidds for Hatfield in 2. Teammate Jessica Woodward in 3. 4 is Caris Roseburn for Team Ipswich. City of Norwich have Jessica Jane Applegate in 5. 6 is Tia Gardiner for Basildon. Matilda Ransom for the City of Cambridge in 7. And Olivia Newman-Baronius of Putteridge is in lane 8. Both Jessica Jane Applegate and Louise Fidds, the only para swimmers in this competition, or in this event, sorry. And They're both competing in the same category. They both swim as S14 swimmers. So whichever out of Jessica Jane Applegate and Louise Fitz gets to the wall first will be the swimmer who wins the multi-class event. Of course, Applegate, a Paralympic gold medalist in this 200 freestyle event. .15 to go, and Karis Rosebun is leading here into the last 5. Her time is 2:07.91. Applegate second, 2:10.57, and Tia Gardiner third. Heat 14. Basildon have Erin Wilkinson in 1 and Holly Lamb in 2. 3 is Millie Fields for Bishop Stortford. Harriet Salisbury for the City of Peterborough goes in 4. 5 is Francesca Baber for Flitwick. Ruby Greenhalf from the City of Norwich is in 6. And then Olivia Cooper and Gracie Committee in lanes 7 and 8, both for Basildon. Harriet Salisbury in the middle of the pool there, the fastest second fastest into this event, 2:03.80. That is a short course time, of course. Francesca Baber leading here, however. And now Harriet Salisbury is in the lead. Coming up for 25 meters to go. Francesca Baber trying to not let Harriet Salisbury too far out of her reach. And is speeding up actually into the closing stages. 10 meters to go. Is this going to be Salisbury in 4 or Baber in 5? I think Baber might pinch it. She does. 2:11.24 for Francesca Baber. 2:11.52 for Harriet Salisbury. And then Erin Wilkinson in 3rd there. Heat 15 is the final heat. Lane 1 is Adel Zakrzeski for the City of Norwich. Matilda Bogle for Team Ipswich goes in 3. 4 is Sasha Thomas for the City of Norwich. 5 is Sky Carter for Basildon. Grace Greenhalf from the City of Norwich in 6. 7 is Alexa Mann for Chelmsford. And lane 8 is Mia Lowe for Basildon. Sasha Thomas is the fastest swimmer into this competition. Enters on a time of 2:01.19. That was swum short course in 2020. Actually swum in Castellon in Spain. .25 meters to go, and Matilda Bogle in free, starting to try and come back. She doesn't need to in order to get her place in the final. Bogle only swimming as a 16-year-old here, and Sasha Thomas is in the 17 years and over age group. Thomas in first, 2:07.89 is just outside her lifetime long course best. Second is Matilda Bogle, and Sky Carter in third. This is the men's 200 freestyle heat 1. Lane 2 is Orlando Whitting for St. Felix School. Nicholas Mitroy for Thurrock goes in free. 4 is Janos Seepsley for Team Ipswich. Nicolo Camelotti of Hatfield in 5. And then Putteridge have Philip Spalding in 6 and Kian Patlomi in 7. Janos Seepsley is starting to lead here now. It was Orlando Whitting in the lead for a considerable portion of this 200, but Janos Seepsley is now pulling himself into the lead with 2 to go. He takes the first heat in 2:29.66. Second is Orlando Whitting and Philip Spalding third. Heat number 2. Lane 1 is Brandon Crees for Basildon. Alexander Gaydon for Team Ipswich is in 2. Archie Tebbett for Colchester in 3. Jacob Bacon for the City of Peterborough in 4. 5 is William Hughes for Basildon. Chek Kin Lau for the City of St Albans is in 6. 7 is Perrin Ma for Hatfield. And Kai Patel of Thurrock goes in lane 8.
of the 200 freestyle qualifiers, the finals, are shortly to be read out. Can I make a polite request that if you know that you're not swimming that final and you wish to withdraw, that you do so immediately, please, so that we can prepare the start list for the finals. There's a very short turnaround. So if you are minded to withdraw from the final, please come and do it as soon as you possibly can.
Jacob Bacon taking that heat massively. 2:22.47 was 5 seconds or so ahead of Perrin Ma in 7. Fantastic swim from him. As we go on to heat 3. Finalists of the women's 200 freestyle, as Tom asked just a moment ago, those that do not wish to swim in this final, can you please withdraw immediately? As soon as you possibly can, please let us know that you do not wish to swim in the final. In the 11 and 12 years age group, Lucy Clark, Holly Katassi, Erin Barber, Jasmine Hall, Amelia Fenner, Eleanor Barth Werenolp, Tyra Sorgdean, Gigi Robinschek-Smith, and reserves Cassandra Piera and Daisy Jubb. In the 13 years age group, Sienna Gilman, Valentina Davies-Hayward, Eva Ives, Grace Robinson, Sophie Palmer, Rose Romanis, Elizabeth Swaby, and Olivia Greenall. Reserves Evelyn Gaydon and Annabelle Kett. In the 14 years age group, Amelia Porzio, Darcy Gladwell, Annie McLeod, Ava Wilson, Katerina De Maria, Ella Dawson, Poppy McGill, Gracie Parker. Reserves Vanessa Simonova and Abigail Riches. 15 years age group, Lexi Goodman, Natalie Taylor, Sophie Dowding, Sky Carter, Grace Greenhalf, Georgia Holgate, Gracie Committee, Lisa Lineman, and reserves Amelie Crabb and Lila Howard. 16 years age group, Matilda Ransom, Olivia Newman Baronius, Francesca Baber, Caris Rose Bunn, Matilda Bogle, Alexa Mann, Olivia Cooper, Charlotte Williams. Reserves Connie Davies and Ruby Chapman. 17 years and over, Holly Lamb, Erin Wilkinson, Harriet Salisbury, Sasha Thomas, Jessica Jane Applegate, Tia Gardner, Emily Haslam, Millie Fields. Reserves Abigail Crawley and Louise Fidds. Once again, to reiterate, if you did qualify for a final and you do not wish to swim in that 200 freestyle final, please do let us know immediately. Thank you. Oscar Hunter in lane 6 is leading this race. He has just 25 meters to go. Tyler Stone looks quite good in lane 8. Daniel Filippo looks good in lane 3. Into the final 5 for Oscar Hunter, who's going to take this heat by a considerable margin, 5 meters or so. 2:19.46 for Oscar Hunter. Second was Tyler Stone in lane 8. And third, Daniel DeFilippo, 2:23 flat. As we go to heat 4. Lane 1 is Toby Lashmar for Basildon. George Jones for Harlow goes in 2. Harry Phelan for Basildon in 3. 4 is Oscar Shirani for Flitwick. 5 is George Portlock for Newhall. 6 is Toby Olajade for Thurrock. 7 is Louis Robson for the City of St Albans. 8 is Frank Jacob for the City of Cambridge. Oscar Shirani of Flitwick leading so far on this one, and leading by quite a margin actually. Enters on a 2:13.07 and turns in 63.43. And Oscar Shirani is leading by a considerable margin here, approaching 150 metres, and he has 5 metres already on George Portlock in 5, who's the next closest swimmer to him. Oscar Shirani set his personal best in the 200 free back in January in Luton at the Bedfordshire County Champs. He should be on track to beat that time. 2:19.57 was his PB. That's absolutely smashed. It's now 2:15.21 for Oscar Shirani. Frank Jacob is second and George Portlock third. Heat 5. Lane 1 is Harry Alexander for Team Ipswich. Teammate Oscar Winterburn goes in 2. George Prince for Hatfield in 3. Robert Fenner for Basildon in 4. 5 is Finlay Neve for the City of Norwich. Albert Orley for Braintree in 6. 7 is Oliver Baskerville for Hatfield. And then Ethan Thorpe for Basildon goes in lane 8. Billy Neve in 5. It looks like he should be due to take this 5th heat of the 200 freestyle. And he does in 2:12.41. George Prince in second, 2:13.07. And then Robert Fenner is third. Heat number 6. Lane 1 is Rory Wilde for Chelmsford. Finley Arnup for Norwich Swan goes in 2. 3 is Toby Martin for Harpenden. Ross de Wilt for the City of Cambridge in 4. 5 is Kevin McKenna for Thurrock. Rufus Bennett from the City of Peterborough goes in lane 6. Sean Connolly of Epping Forest is in 7. And Daniel Belzy for Hatfield in lane number 8. Daniel Belzy in lane 8, having a good swim on the outside here. Pink Hat of Hatfield leading the way at the minute at the bottom. He is over first by about 0.4 of a second. And he seems to be increasing his lead in the closing stages. 5 to go for Daniel Belzy, who takes it in 2:08.92. That's a fantastic PB from Daniel Belzy, down from a 2:13.69 before that. Second, Finley Arnup, and third, Ross Wilt. Heat number 7. Lane 1 is Jacob Hayes for Bishop Stortford. Rio Rogers for Basildon goes in 2. Noah Mann for Newmarket in 3. Daniel Mellor for Modernian in 4. 5 is Ashton Redhead for Team Ipswich. George Hooper for the City of St Albans in 6. 7 is Ben Howlett for Team Ipswich. And Jamie Committee for Basildon and Phoenix goes in lane 8. Coming into the final few meters of Heat 7 of the 200 freestyle, and Ashton Redhead in lane 5 seems to be race leader currently. There was a period there where Daniel Mia looked like he could be in with a shot, but it is going to be Ashton Redhead in first in this heat, 2:07.92 for Redhead. Second is Mia in 2:11.01, and Rio Rogers in third. Heat number 8. Lane 1 is Massimo Girolami for Colchester. Joshua Sakri for the City of Peterborough goes in 2. Janos Kadar for the City of Cambridge is in 3. James Peacock for the City of Peterborough in 4. Isaac Ferrugia for Basildon and Phoenix goes in 5. 6 is Nathan Birchenow for St. Felix School. Harrison Shaw from Flitwick in 7. And Jack Swindale for the City of Peterborough in lane 8. James Peacock in 4, leading on this one at the moment. Isaac Ferrugia in 5. Chasing him down though, 5 until the 150 turn, and it is now Ferrugia in the lead, 1:34.35 at the turn end. James Peacock is about half a second behind, and I think that Isaac Ferrugia is going to take this. He seems to be flying down this home straight in a full-on sprint in these last few meters. Can he maintain that all the way home? It looks like he can. He's certainly showing no signs of slowing down as he approaches the wall here to take the 8th heat of the 200 free in 2:06.19. Janos Kadar is second, a couple of seconds behind, and James Peacock in third. What a fantastic back-end swim there from Isaac Ferrugia. Heat 9. I have the swimmers that have qualified for the men's 200 free final in the 11 and 12 years age group, and also the 13 years age group. Jacob Bacon, Tyler Stone, Charlie Birdsall, Perrin Ma, Archie Tebbett, William Hughes, Alexander Gaydon, and Chuk Kin Lau. Reserves Janos Cespley and Orlando Whitting. And in the 13 years age group, Jamie Committee, Ethan Thorpe, Frank Jacob, George Portlock, Oscar Hunter, Louis Robson, Toby Olajade, and Daniel DeFlippo. Reserves George Jones and James McGettigan. Please ensure that you let us know immediately if you are one of those swimmers that I just read out and you do not wish to swim. As this information isn't available anywhere else, I will just read them out one more time super quick. 11, 12 years. Jacob Bacon, Tyler Stone, Charlie Birdsall, Perrin Ma, Archie Tebbett, William Hughes, Alexander Gaydon, Chuk Kin Lau. Reserves Janos Cespley, Orlando Whitting. 13 years age group, Jamie Committee, Ethan Thorpe, Frank Jacob, George Portlock, Oscar Hunter, Louis Robson, Toby Olajade, Daniel DeFlippo. Reserves George Jones and James McGettigan. Please, can you let us know immediately if you are one of the swimmers that I just read out and you do not wish to swim in the 200 freestyle final this evening. Patch Robinson is over first in the water at the moment. This is heat 9 of the 200 freestyle. The Team Ipswich swimmer trying to get to the wall first, but being challenged by his teammate Alex Harrop in 3. Will it be Robinson in 5 or Harrop in 3 to the wall first? I think that Alex Harrop could snatch this. He does. 2:06.87 for Alex Harrop. Patch Robinson is second. Joshua Ellis down in lane 8 in 3rd. Heat 10. Lane 1 is George DeVoot of Leighton Buzzard. Joe Power for Basildon goes in 2. Ben Minister for Thurrock in 3. 4 is Andrew Tembra for the City of St Albans. Lucas Hartley for Hatfield in 5. 6 is Orlando Deering for the City of Peterborough. Zach Troman for Colchester in 7. And James Williamson for the City of Cambridge in lane 8. Joe Power in lane 2, leading out on this one. By quite a chunk too, couple of seconds or so lead for the Basildon swimmer. Lucas Hartley of Hatfield in second. As it stands, 25 to go. And Hartley and Deering in 5 and 6 trying to push forward in the closing stages. 15 meters left. And Lucas Hartley and Orlando Deering are having their own little race in 5 and 6. Not sure that either of them will have done enough to get to the wall first. They have. Oh, Lucas Hartley has. 2:07.75. Orlando Deering, 0.02 ahead. That was a fascinating heat. Joe Power is third as we go to heat 11. Lane 1 is Jamie Joshua for Hatfield. Teammate Oliver Blight goes in 2. Louis Lane for Basildon in 3. 4 is Harley West from Thurrock. Jack Barnard for Potters Bar in 5. 6 is Alexander Calverburr for the City of St Albans. Diego Derrington for Bishop Stortford in 7. And 8 is Thomas Ford for Basildon. Alexander Calverburr over first at halfway. Oliver Blight sat in second in a moment. So outside swimmers again leading in these heats. The following swimmers have qualified for the 14 years final. Alex Harrop, Orlando Deering, Daniel Belzy, Ross DeWilt, Jack Swindale, Kevin McKinna, Finley Neve, George Prince. Reserves Massimo Girolami and Joshua Sacri. One more time, 14 years finalists. Alex Harrop, Orlando Deering, Daniel Belzy, Ross DeWilt, Jack Swindell, Kevin Mogana, Finley Neve, George Prince. Reserves Massimo Girolami and Joshua Sacri. If you do not wish to swim in the 14 years final, please tell us immediately. Thank you. Into the final few meters, and this is a very close heat between several swimmers. Lane 5, Jack Barnett looks good. He does take it. 2:08.09 for him. Second is Louis Lane, and third is Alexander Calverboa. Heat number 12. Lane 1 is Matthew Brown for Stowmarket. 2 is Ethan Ivelord Chapman for the City of St Albans. Mark Milburn of Colchester goes in 3. 4 is Sandys Chechens for Colchester. They also have Darrell Rands in 5. 6 is Ryan Wall for the City of Cambridge. 7 is Ethan Martin for Thurrock. And Josh Martin for the City of Peterborough goes in lane 8. Matthew Brown over pretty fast in lane 1, 1 minute point 14. Ryan Wall in 6, currently sat in second position. And it's now Wall in first with Matthew Brown and Mark Milburn turning at exactly the same time in lanes 1 and 3. 25 to go, and Ryan Wall going from strength to strength in lane 6. 15 remain for him. Meanwhile, very close still between Matthew Brown and Mark Milburn in lanes 1 and 3 under the 5-meter flags. Goes Ryan Wall to take heat 12 in 2:04.56. Mark Milburn is second, and Sandys Chechens in third. Heat 13. Lane 1 is Nathaniel Mapley for the City of St Albans. Harry Jones for the City of Norwich goes in 2. Max Arnold for Harlow is in 3. 4 is Harry Saunders for Newmarket. 5 is Damon Elliott for Dunmow. Ryan Roberts of Putteridge goes in 6. 7 is Tobias Ogsby for West Norfolk. And Matthew Money for the City of Cambridge in lane 8. I have the finalists in the 15 years for the 200 freestyle. Once again, please can you let us know immediately if you do not wish to swim. Ryan Wall, Isaac Frugia, Sandys Chechens, Patch Robinson, Lucas Hartley, Joe Power, Ashton Redhead, Janos Kadar. Reserves James Williamson and Daniel Mayer. One more time. Ryan Wall, Isaac Frugia, Sandys Chechens, Patch Robinson, Lucas Hartley, Joe Power, Ashton Redhead, Janos Kadar. Reserves James Williamson and Daniel Mayer. If you do not wish to swim, please let us know immediately. Thank you. 25 meters remain for Harry Jones in lane 2. He is a good chunk ahead of Max Arnold in free. 15 meters left for him. Max Arnold is increasing his pace over the last few meters, but it's not going to be enough to catch him. 73 for Harry Jones. Max Arnold is in second, and Tobias Olgsby in third. Heat 14. For anybody that wasn't here yesterday, sometimes we just have to turn the scoreboard off and on again in order to make sure that it works. So it will flick back on in just a couple of moments' time. Don't you worry. This is the first of the 3 cyclic heats. In lane 1, Joseph Bavey for Newmarket. Jake Thomas Mansfield for West Suffolk goes in 2. Sammy Zamzami for Bishop Stortford in 3. Ben Blowers for City of Norwich in 4. Joe Cooper for Team Ipswich in 5. William Ellard for St Felix School in 6. Joseph Wells for West Norfolk in 7. And Jude Hills for Thurrock in lane 8. 25 metres remaining here. Not 25 minutes remaining of the first 100, sorry, getting ahead of myself. And lanes 4 and 5, very close. Ben Blowers and Joe Cooper, 57.24 for Blowers, 57.30 for Cooper. Just 6 100s separating the 2 fastest swimmers. Blowers the 3rd fastest seed into the competition, 1:51.71 entry time. Jacques Boncel is 2nd fastest seed. We'll see him in the next heat. And Nathan Wells is the 1st fastest seed. And we will see him in the final heat. Joe Cooper is leading now, though. We saw Joe Cooper with a couple of decent swims over the course of the weekend. 15 meters left to go now, and Joe Cooper looks like he is going to take heat 14 away from Ben Blowers and put him in good standing for the final tonight. 1:57.65 for Joe Cooper, 1:59.30 for Ben Blowers in second, and then Sammy Zamzami is third. Heat 15. Lane 1 is Daniel McGuinness for Basildon and Phoenix. George Whiteman for the City of Peterborough in 2. Jack Skerry for Newhall in 3. 4 is Jack Bonsall for the City of Cambridge. Matthew Baker for West Suffolk goes in 5. 6 is Marin de Villard for St Felix School. Jimmy Taylor of Thurrock goes in 7. 8 is Austin Lillywhite for Biggleswade. Again, lane 5 seems to be the stronger lane. Matthew Baker, 5th fastest in to the competition. And yet, leading this heat from the second fastest, Jack Bonsell. $15 to go, and looks good for Matthew Baker in the middle there. He is going to take heat 15, I'm pretty sure, even though Jack Bonsell did come in with a last-minute sprint. Not enough to take the heat. 157.76 for Matthew Baker. Second, Jack Bonsell. And third, Jack Skerry. Heat 16 is the final heat. Lane 1 is Jan Divot for the City of Cambridge. Jack Sangster for Modernian goes in 2. James Spears for Basildon in 3. 4 is Nathan Wells for West Norfolk. 5 is Matthew Wright for Team Luton. 6 is Kai Adams for Holstead. Jack Pallant of Team Waveney goes in 7. And 8 is Daniel Clayton for Team Ipswich. Nathan Wells is very much in front here. 35 meters to go, and Matthew Wright is trying to stick with him, but he's definitely not going to beat him to the wall in the next 15. James Spears sat in third position at the moment over in lane 3 into the last 5, and Nathan Wells takes the final heat in 1:56.25. Matthew Wright is in second, and James Spears third. And that concludes every single last heat here in Norwich. That's all of them. They are all done. All 31 heats of the 200 freestyle have just been completed. We will have a finals session underway very shortly, and I will be handed a piece of paper too, where I will have to read out all of the finalists for the 200 freestyle, and those guys will need to withdraw as soon as possible if necessary. The warm-up for the next session commences at 4:15, and the swimming gets underway from 4:40. We'll see you then.
There will be some sprint lanes open, but if you wish to continually swim, you can. We just need to separate out to ensure numbers do not get too high. The marshalling for the finals will be in the Cringleford Suites still. And we will be making sure that we are processing the finals as quickly as we can. With that in mind, if you are minded to withdraw from the 200-metre freestyle, that's the only one you can withdraw from now. Please do so before you get to about 5 or 6 minutes past 4, because we will need to do it. So immediately, please, if you can.
Those finalists for the 200 freestyle are as follows in the 16 years age group. Alexander Calverboa, Daniel McGuinness, Daniel Clayton, Matthew Baker, Max Arnold, William Ellard, Nathaniel Mapley, Thomas Ford, reserves Oliver Blight, and Joshua Ellis. In the 17 years and over age group, Marin de Villard, Jack Skerry, Matthew Wright, Nathan Wells, Jack Bonsell, Ben Blowers, James Spears, and Harry Jones. And the reserve is Sammy Zimzami. One more time quickly. Alexander Calverboa, Daniel McGuinness, Daniel Clayton, Matthew Baker, Max Arnold, William Ellard, Nathaniel Mapley, Thomas Ford. Reserves Oliver Blight and Joshua Ellis. And in the 17 years and over age group, Marin de Villard, Jack Skerry, Matthew Wright, Nathan Wells, Jack Bonsell, Ben Blowers, James Beers, Harry Jones. Reserves Sami Zimzami. If you are one of those swimmers and you do not wish to swim the 200 freestyle, you must withdraw immediately, please. Thank you.
Apologies, just a correction. We're not marshalling in the Cringlefoot suite. We are marshalling now in the canoe room at the end of the pool. So for finalists, when you go, please go to the canoe room at the end of the pool.